recording will remain there for time immemorial. So you can go there and check. From this point, these are the most important house rules to keep. And our ceremony will start at 10 o'clock. And they will indicate by opening the door to show us that the procession is ready. And from that point, then we'll be requested to stand and the choir will lead us in the graduation song. But in the meantime, as we wrap up our announcements, let me check if we are ready to celebrate. Ke kgopela go kwa megolokwane. Megolokwane. Na ke kwe selo ke na le bothata na ba ditsebe megolokwane. Aga na mile ba ka se re phale ba melodi ba gona a re kwa melodi ya no o ka re ready ka mo le ready ore le sa tshugile ke bona di smile tše wa ke di bone botsene ke di bona boswana bja di kepisi fela. Are you ready, guys, for your big moment? You are our guest of honor. As the University of Limpopo, we would like to congratulate you and wish you the best of luck as you go out there and represent the university very well. Now, everywhere you go, if anyone wants to rate any institution, they start by looking at its products. So from the 3 years, the 4 years that you've been there, you were going through a production process. And now this is more like the last conveyor belt. So as you go out there, please represent us very well. We want to look at you as you ply your professional trades and say, yes, that is an alumnus of the University of Limpopo. So we do have what we call Alumni and Convocation. So it is divided into various categories. At provincial level, we have what we call chapters. So if you're from Mpumalanga, if you're from Gauteng, from Northwest, you're from the Eastern Cape, find out, even in Namibia, we have got a chapter. Find out about these activities. Our alumni office will send through invitations to attend such. We do have what we call elective conferences. Do attend and participate. We depend on you as you are to build a world-class African university, because our bold vision, that is to find solutions for Africa, cannot materialize if it were not for your full participation in such programs. So you can contribute in many ways. You can come back and offer to mentor those coming behind you. You can come back and donate to your institutions. Some of you are going to hold influential roles as CEOs, directors of your own companies. Some of you, you'll be in government as ministers, director generals. Please do remember us and come back and help grow the institution from where you have left it. So at the discipline level, your different programs, we have what we call sectors. So as you receive messages to say, this sector is going to have a meeting, please do attend and contribute as little as you can and build this world-class African university. And you are welcome to also initiate programs that will contribute to that envisaged growth. So in all areas, please do find ways to just come back, contribute, and help us grow. I know we are facing a crisis as a country of high levels of unemployment. We pray that you find work. We pray that you develop a character of actually creating those jobs that we are seeking. That will be the biggest contribution as well that you can make. So go there and create jobs and come back. Those of you at levels below 10, come back and further your studies with us. Come back and be lecturers. And the red gowns, I want to see you appear in newspapers as you make comments online as experts in your various fields. I want to see you on TV. I want to see you actually leading these chapters. Please also do contribute. For the time being, let me ask the choir to just give us one or two renditions as we prepare for the procession at 10 o'clock. The time here is 14 minutes to the big show. Choir, please give us a few items. And parents, really betame kholokwane as dialoga tša rena di tla mo sefaleng. Nna ka bona seretlo sa ka se ka tšea letšatši ka moka. Ge ba ntheta ba re ke nna morerwa ke melomo ya batho, ba re ge e le ka melato le be le tla re ra ka eng ke be se nna. Ke motho wa go šika le noke e kgolo ya lepelle. Ke mašhwatlha a tla marung ke mpheri ya setsi. Ke modikana ja ba tape thabeng. Ba re na moišago ba tla loša ke mang o feditše ba tape. Bjalo ke a tseba gore le ba bangwe mo diretlo tša bona ga di fele, le nna ke no se kata short. Le se kata short gore o se ka hwetša o mongwe a palela ke go retiwa. E se a ralala kwa o sa ya le sona o phepela. Le tano re ge le tšwele la se feleletša. Ge se pala le ntše le nametše taxi le ya gae. Ge se pala le yo tlhaba kgogo a bothata e gana go butšwa le mogodu. La no se betha le tšwela pele. Choir.
Congratulations. check our presenter and then we check.
As a lawful congregation of the University of Limpopo. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all. Amen. We read from 1 Peter chapter 5, commencing reading from verse 5 to verse 6. Pitiro wa mathomo kgaolo ya botlhano, mme temana ke temana ya botlhano go isa go ya botshelela. 1 Peter chapter 5, verse 5 to 6. And I read, in the same way, you who are young, submit yourself to your elders. As for all of you, clothe yourself with humility towards one another. Because God opposes the proud, but God at the same time shows favor to the humble. Humble yourself under God's mighty hand, that God himself will lift you up in due time. Dear congregation, let me show this point to say, humility is attractive, and therefore it is sweet, which at the same tone and time will mean pride is not attractive, but it is awful, meaning it does not give a good taste of who you need to be. Allow me, as we open with a prayer, to say unto all of us, let us keep God being God. Let us continue to be humble, despite how far we have went with our achievements. Remember, we all come from God, and God gave us whatever he gave us, the achievements, so that we give him all glory. So Deo Gloria, to God alone be the glory. Humility is attractive and very sweet. Remain humble each day of your life. And remember, James chapter 4, verse 10. Humble yourself before the sight of the Lord, and the Lord will lift you up. A prayer. Almighty and merciful God, we thank you. We thank you for this time and opportunity to be reminded that indeed, Heavenly Father, humility is attractive, it is beautiful, it draws people to us, and it draws you in your favor unto us. But Heavenly Father, also help us as we celebrate, as we are joined together here, to remember pride is not what you like. And you, God, Heavenly Father, you want us to be humble now and forever. We pray for this session as we dedicate it unto you in humility. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Mr. Chancellor, Vice Chancellor and Principal, Professor Mokolong, Mr. Rachidi, UL Council Member, Mr. Mabila, UL Council Member, Advocate Bongo, President of Convocation and UL Council Member, Mr. Selamolela, Deputy President of Convocation and UL Council Member, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Teaching and Learning, Professor R.N. Madaji, Registrar, Professor Marsha, Dean of Students, Reverend Nchabaleng, who led us in prayer this morning, Mr. Vincent Makamo, our SRC President, members of the University of Limpopo Management, executive deans of faculty, directors of school, research professors, heads of department, supervisors, directors of support services, professors, academic and support staff, our guests of honor, our graduates, parents, guardians, and sponsors of our guests of honor, honorable guests, friends, and colleagues. A very, very good morning to you all. You can respond to me. On behalf of the University of Limpopo, I wish to extend a warm welcome to all the dignitaries, graduates, family, parents, and staff present here this morning. It is a pleasure to welcome you to the University of Limpopo 2022 Spring Graduation Ceremony. Mr. Chancellor, allow me, on behalf of the university, to extend a special word of welcome to the following individuals who have graced this occasion by their presence here this morning. Mr. Musolwa, the Mayor of Maruleng Municipality, welcome, Mayor. Mr. Mamonyaha, Mayor, Greater Letaba Municipality, welcome, Mayor. Ms. Mary Maponya, the head of Fundi, Advocate Bongani Bongo, UL Convocation President, Mr. Selomolela, Deputy President of UL Convocation, Mr. Rachidi and Mr. Mabila, Council members of the University of Limpopo Council, Reverend Molefe Nchabaleng, our Muruti this morning, Mr. Vincent Makamu, the UL SRC President, Dr. Dixon Masamola, Alumni, University of Limpopo, Mr. Malachi, member of the University of Limpopo Alumni and Convocation Executive Committee, retired staff members, Ms. Maureen Talani, Ms. Mbi Tubisi, and representing the Mankweng Traditional Council on behalf of Koshi M.R. Mamabolo, we'd like to say a warm word of welcome to Mr. Matome Makwela, Mr. Paul Mamabolo, Mr. Franz Mamabolo, Mr. Jan Mamabolo, Mr. Phineas Mamabolo, Mr. Samuel Matosa, Mr. Masebetsi Mamabolo, and Mr. Johannes Mamabolo. Mr. Chancellor, allow me to also welcome hardworking and diligent support and admin staff who have worked tirelessly to put together our Spring 22 graduation ceremony. The Office of the Registrar, together with Mr. Malatlela and his entire team, the team from Marketing and Communications and Logistics, support teams from all the faculties, the teams from Safety and Security, the directors of all the support divisions, the stunning UL choir and their choir master, and every single person who has worked behind the scenes. We appreciate you all and welcome you to this graduation ceremony. A special word of welcome to all the hard-working supervisors who you see seated behind me here. Today is a very proud moment for you all, so enjoy the fruits of your effort as your students graduate. To our guests and online audience, thank you all for being here today to celebrate with us the achievements of these group of graduates who have completed their studies at the University of Limpopo. Mr. Chancellor, today represents a special day in the lives of our graduates and the university. We have been through a couple of years of turbulent change. COVID-19 changed us forever. So for us to be able to celebrate in-person graduations is a special privilege that we do not take for granted. Amidst this turmoil, universal turmoil, and online teaching, learning, and research, here you are, graduates. You're standing tall and proud. You're bearing all the scars of the past few years, but you are ready to graduate. Congratulations to every single one of you, together with your families who have stood alongside you and beside you. Mr. Chancellor, graduation ceremonies at UL are steeped in a tradition of true African celebration, where we celebrate our achievements and success in a manner that is unique to this wonderful institution. Every graduate here today has been on an individual journey, which has culminated in this beautiful group of graduates seated here. And by the way, graduates, you look amazing. And deserving, I might add, of those wonderful qualifications you're about to receive. I'm sure that you've been rehearsing, even if it was in your dreams, how you're going to be walking on the stage, how you're going to get capped and then hooded, and then you're going to receive that paper that represents the great effort that you put into the degree or diploma. Today begins a new chapter of the success story of your lives. At UL, we celebrate graduation as an African festival full of dancing and cheering, so I'm going to rely on you to provide that today. In fact, we have a proud tradition of celebrating in true African style. We are, after all, an African university with the motto of providing solutions for Africa. 2022 marks our 63rd year. It's our birthday as a university. We have come a long way, and we are proud of all our graduates. Mr. Chancellor, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, at today's graduation ceremony, the university will confer 389 degrees, certificates, and diplomas in all 4 of our faculties. Included in these statistics are 134 master's degrees and 29 doctoral degrees. To our guests of honor, the big day is here, it has arrived, and then look at you all. You are so smartly dressed, and you've got those stunning suits, and I've noticed some beautiful sunglasses as well. You've got beautifully painted nails and those high heels, which I'm afraid of how you're going to walk across the stage. And look at all that fashion. And of course, I forgot to mention the weaves. I'm sure you were unable to fall asleep last night. Okay, I can hear the yeses. Practicing your walk on the stage. As a university, we salute your achievements and recognize you as the cream of the crop. Congratulations to all of you as you enter this new phase of your lives. A personal word of congratulations to my personal assistant, Mrs. Kabo Maureen Tefu, who will be graduating with a master's degree in development studies. I know that you all will also recognize that this is a moment for thanking all those who have helped you to reach this milestone in your lives. And so therefore, on your behalf and on behalf of the university, it is my pleasure to say thank you to your families, to your friends, to your lecturers and professors, and all those who have contributed to making your academic journey the success that it is. We all share in your success. We are proud of your achievements. Keep the UL flag flying high wherever you go. Once more, you're all indeed very welcome. Sit back and relax and enjoy this red carpet moment and make new and cherished memories that will last forever. Thank you.
The Vice Chancellor and Principal, Prof. N.M. Mokhalong, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Teaching and Learning, Prof. Richard Madache, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research Innovation Partnerships, Prof. Jessica Sin, the Registrar, Prof. Kwenama Shamalumiarena, the Dean of Students, Dr. Muchaki Masipa, executive deans of faculties, directors of schools, academic staff and members of Senate, parents, guardians, and of course, our beautiful and handsome graduates. First of all and foremost, allow me to pass my humble and warm greetings to you all in this sitting whereby we are here to celebrate your achievements. Standing in front of you is the SRC Deputy President, Mr. Lepae Floyd Make, a young man from the deep rural areas of Ulowedu. But then today is not about me, but your day. To all our graduates, today it is more about you and less so politics. Given my experience as a hardworking student, I know what you have endured to reach this milestone. You have spent restless nights in our study areas such as the library and R block. You have spent long hours of trying to memorize from the already summarized lecturer slides and studying from books which most are outdated, if not missing pages. And finally, studying with empty stomachs because you know that we are from, most of us were from unprivileged backgrounds. Some, when we were busy studying, they were actually waiting for money from home, whereas others, home was actually waiting for money from them, which made it very, very difficult. But despite all that, you never let it stand in front of your way. You did it against all odds, which is why today we can proudly say, Mama, I made it. Batswadi, belo ka boetla pele ba bana ba lena re thabile kudu. Re tshepa gore le lena le thabile ka mokgwa re thabileng ka ona. Bana ba lena bontsi le a tseba gore ke di-groovists, but I'm happy to see that those groovists are here in this hall, which is why we can proudly say, as University of Limpopo students, we can groove and pass at the same time. Dear graduates, the world might not understand, but rest assured, we as your leadership, we do. We do so mostly because we were with you throughout the entire. As children of the poor black majority, we suffer this pain too. While all is done and said, I urge you to remember that the struggle continues. Maintain the focus and resilience. Go and show the world what we are capable of as the University of Limpopo graduates, students. His Excellency President Viper Makamu, the only snake that bites in Teflop, together with his collective, have sent me here today to send their regards and further wish you well in your future endeavors. We pray that soft life locates you, so that even yourself after some few weeks, days or months, you can be able to sing that beautiful song by that gorgeous woman called Nomfundo, which sings as follows. Go, 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 sivulele, lingas vale linga paz, natis funugu pilis of life. We give affirmation that, indeed, mintero ya bula bula. Mr. Vice Chancellor, the SRC pledges that at some point, we as the institution committed to finding solutions for Africa should prioritize giving our graduates all the support they need. It makes no material sense to expect the new graduates to pay for simple papers such as printed academic records when our country is faced with such a high, rife unemployment rate. We need to make it as a written policy that all graduates get a compulsory academic transcript instead of hindering their progress. From the office of the Presidency, we celebrate with you this day, borrowing from the words of one of the wisest men who said, education is the key to success. May you find the right locks and your CV fall into the right end so that you can be able to work for your parents, siblings, and guardians. Look around you and memorize each other, because when we wake up tomorrow, many will need a helping hand. You will need a partner. We will need to navigate and shape industries and government together. Let's make sure that we go out there and show the world how strong we are, how brave we are, how capable we are. In this place right now sits each solution that our society so deeply demands. You stand at the barriers of solutions today. Go out there and be great, and never forget the slogan and the motto of the institution, which is as follows: we bring solutions to Africa. And lastly, let me also conclude by giving special congratulatory message to our fellow comrades who are also with us here today graduating, which is why we can say we do not only chant or strike, but we chant and pass at the same time. We have the likes of the former SRC member, the former chairperson of Science and Agriculture, Mr. Maluleke. Kerin, we are proud of you, sir. We have the likes of Ureji, Muchapelo, and the likes. Thanks very much, comrades. You are actually putting an end to that thing of saying that no, comrades, they don't pass. It's not true. We are passing, we chant and pass at the same time. Vele ka ke le mushimane ke actually vele ke when na musimona ulovedu no to mushimane gdo bakilovedu ka Yesu gare bana ba Yesu bana ba je khalaga mulimo ali emisejele zo dilo jabul na di ediloke ka ndemo le yawo le khumana meberego le dele provide le malababo le na gare ka mo ka malabola ba le bele tepele ya bolena so re mulimo le dole bothogo le ngelo le phemele le bona bolo ba kereke. And then yes, with you, our country is safe. Thank you very much.
Mr. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Nehemiah Mokhalong, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Teaching, Learning, Prof. Richard Madadze, Professor Jessica Singh, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Innovation and Partnership, Prof. Kwena Maja, the University Registrar, the Dean of Students, Dr. Muchaki Masipa, Executive Deans of Faculties, Directors of Schools, academic staff, members of Senate, and members of Council present, Rachidi, Jacob, Olan Mabila, and Donald Silamulel. I think as we greet everyone here, parents, guardians, and the graduandees, we are joined today by esteemed former leaders of SRCs. I think the mayor of Maruleng is a former Secretary General of the SRC here. We're leading together many years ago. We have Kabila, who's also the executive of the Convocation. We also have a member of Alumni, Dr. Dixon Masemula. We would like to give also special greetings to the pastor who has opened this gathering through prayer. To the graduates today, the University of the Limpopo Alumni and Convocation Association honors your achievement and celebrate your endless possibilities. Through the Convocation Association, graduates have a lifelong relationship with the University of Limpopo. Association is one of the constituent bodies of the university as defined by both the Higher Education Act and the University Statute. Many great universities are defined by their graduate associations, which stand to guard and augment the reputation of their universities. Membership of Convocation is open to members of academic staff and university, as well as graduates. The University of Limpopo needs a strong and vibrant graduate community. Convocation works to enhance the reputation of the university. It encourages governance of the university through election of its members, to Senate, and to council and other structures that are in the university. It brings graduates together in a range of activities, including reunion. It invites influential speakers to address the ordinary meetings of convocations annually. You are today joining very powerful people in the country who are in business, who are in legislatures, and who are in the executive in the country, including the President of the Republic, and among others is the Vice Chancellor of this very university, Professor Mokalo. As Convocation, we've decided that this year we need to honor and celebrate the work that Professor Mokalo has put in this institution for the past 50 years of his service. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you as alumnus and Convocation members of the University of Limpopo. Members of Convocation who acquire their PhD today, we do acknowledge that the PhD or a doctorate is the highest form of education anyone can get. This is not just a degree, it is a sweetest fruit that anyone in the field of education gets after years and years of hard work. Perseverance is the key here. It shows how persistent you are and you were. All your life, you are going to be highly respected and recognized for your achievement and for your degree. Congratulations for getting the PhD and the doctorate. Finally, all the years of hard work and time all has paid off. You are now called doctors. So and so, that a great deal of respect. Join us as we strive to make this university a better place to be. We have joined the entire country in making sure that we build a better country. We build a better Africa and we build a better world. As a country, we have committed ourselves into what we call national democratic revolution. This revolution has identified 3 important issues which we think you must go and assist us and participate in ensuring that we better the lives of our people. Those are the unemployment, poverty, and inequality. They continue to kill majority of our people. They continue to do lives of our people worse and worse. What we expect from you is to take these degrees and make sure that you make your alma mater proud. Joining the association is a very important thing to do. It is now also recognized by the Minister of Education. It is also now gazetted that if you come from all these sectors, you are expected to play a pivotal role in ensuring that you develop the sectors that you are in. The convocation that we are running, it is divided into chapters, sectors, and the main one that we are in. This year, we are going to be running the term of office has ended. We are going to run for the elections. We invite all of you to join your school leadership, to join your sectors, to join your chapters and provinces, and come and participate in what we're going to be doing at the end of this year. University of Limpopo, offers a variety of opportunities through this convocation. So we are requesting all of you to join and participate very actively. We want you to contribute also into the fund, because we have created a fund where all students must give some donation to assist all others that may be coming. So always remember that we have a home here in University of Limpopo, and we would like to say as a convocation that we congratulate you and congratulations once more, and wish you well in all your endeavors. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to request you to confer the undergraduate degrees of the university on those graduates whose names appear in the program.
By virtue of the authority vested in me, I confer the undergraduate degrees.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to present the following graduates whose name appear in the program and have complied with the requirements of the degree Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery. Mali Gavada Andrew.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to present the following graduates whose names appear in the program and have complied with the requirements of the degree Bachelor of Arts. Hasim Omar Baki. Laka Katlego. Legodi Lethabo Jerry. Mautsane Salome. Monama Immaculate. Nguna Petunia. Ramotwala Mashia. Seminya Obri. Sepotwane Luisa. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to present the following graduates whose names appear in the program and have complied with the requirements of the degree Bachelor of Arts in Communication Studies. Choung Relebogile. Magoro Matume. Makwala Wendy. Mashabangope Matumi. Mashaure Leborile. Mukiri Tabo. Gobeni Ramasila. Nkuna Tia.
Makuvele Adelaide. Maputo Junita Mpo. Maruma Maborwa Beauty. Mashamaite Ponzo George. Matume Shantila. Mufupa Rodney Itute. Mohata Polvia Madimeja. Mohale Mary Stacy Bitumelo. Mukwena Surprise Tisetso. Ramoshaba Renelwe Precious.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to present Baloyi Vivian Kujo, who appears in the program and have complied with the requirements of the degree Bachelor of Arts in Media Studies.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to present the following graduates whose names appear in the program and have complied with the requirements of the degree Bachelor of Agricultural Management. Maisela Mapoto. Moano Ntivatsi. Molea Rector. Pasha Tavo. Pichela Morongwa. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to present the following graduates whose names appear in the program and have complied with the requirements of the degree Bachelor of Science. Bisewana Kamorelo with distinction in proteins, enzymes, and biochemical techniques. Lamini Matilda. Kekana Selaelo. Hone Katlego with distinctions in Introduction to Database Systems, Artificial Intelligence, and Mathematical Analysis. Lehau Kujo. Mabuja Nkati with distinctions in Introduction to Database Systems and Artificial Intelligence. Majebele Rudolph. Maepa Mputlane with distinction in proteins, enzymes, and biochemical techniques. Marane Gavin. Matlatsi Molamo. Makeke Tebogo with distinction in Introduction to Database Systems. Mahoba Masetla with distinction in proteins, enzymes, and biochemical techniques. Mahwane Moleboring with distinction in proteins, enzymes, and biochemical techniques. Maluleke Tlaisani. Manaleng Audrey with distinctions in mathematical analysis 2 and operating systems. Manganye Vukosi. Mankane Humphrey. Maseko Tami. Mashavane Mashavana Ndumiso with distinction in organic chemistry 3. Matlayane Leseja with distinction in electrodynamics and electronics. Matlo Ndove. Mehlape Andres with distinction in introduction to database system. Munisi Emmanuel. Mueketsi Tebogo with distinction in introduction to database system. Motlala Daniel with distinctions in operating systems and mathematical analysis too. Mukwele Mashau with distinctions in introduction to database systems and artificial intelligence. Mukotedi Refilwe. Mulevatsi Kineilwe with distinction in advanced linear programming. Mungatane Tabiso. Muruti Tebogo with distinction in mathematical analysis too. Mutukwa Mampoko. Motau Pia with distinction in environmental influence on human body. Mpahlele Mokhohlwe. Nailana Tumelo. Polohana Morotola with distinction in electrodynamics and electronics and physics. Paswana Mampela with distinction in advanced linear programming. Pashe Palesa. Ramahanelo Harrison. Rabu Ali Puluso. Reu Tendele Manda with distinction in environmental influences on human body. Satehe Keron with distinctions in operating systems and computer networks. Sibeta Mahato. Sello Tumelo with distinctions in complex analysis, sampling theory, and applied linear regression. Seopelo Mahau. Tobeyane Ruth. Zoga Mamuhube with distinction in quantum mechanics. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to present the following graduates whose names appear in the program and have complied with the requirements of the degree Bachelor of Science in Geology. Mahopa Bonolo with distinction in Geology of Southern Africa. Maringa Nchovelo. Muila Pemelo. Molovela Tato. Moloto Havu. Ndlovu Sibusiso. Sikuwa Serati. Shai Modale. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to present the following graduates whose names appear in the program and have complied with the requirements of the degree Bachelor of Science in Agriculture in Animal Production. Mashifane Kuzo. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to present the following graduates whose names appear in the program and have complied with the requirements of the degree Bachelor of Science in Agriculture in Plant Production. Matunyane Haurelo. Mohlala Naledi. Motedi Mashego. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to present the following graduates whose names appear in the program and have complied with the requirements of the degree Bachelor of Science in Agriculture in Soil Sciences. Nelutane Buchilo. Tloyama Tsepiso. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to present the following graduates whose names appear in the program and have complied with the requirements of the degree Bachelor of Science in Water and Sanitation. Mohlala Kholane. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to present the following graduates whose names appear in the program and have complied with the requirements of the degree Bachelor of Science in Environmental and Resource Studies. Baloi Poshia. Mulaudzi Tsepile with distinction in Advanced Natural Resources Ecology. Ntombeni Ayanda with distinction in Sustainable Resource Development. Motau Patucheto.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to request you to award the postgraduate certificates of the university on those graduates whose names appear in the program.
By virtue of the authority vested in me, I award the postgraduate certificate.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to present the following graduates whose names appear in the program and have complied with the requirements of the postgraduate certificate in education in FET teaching. Apane Mesta. Rikhotso Diselani.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to request you to award the postgraduate diploma of the university on the graduate whose name appears in the program.
By virtue of the authority vested in me, I award the postgraduate diploma.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to present the following graduate whose name appears in the program and has complied with the requirements of the postgraduate diploma in information studies. Netsoko Ndogozo.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to request you to confer the honors bachelor's degrees of the university on those graduates whose names appear in the program.
By virtue of the authority vested in me, I confer the postgraduate honors degree.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to present the following graduates whose names appear in the program and have complied with the requirements of the degree Bachelor of Arts Honors. Mahlangu Catherine. Mashale Oscar with distinction in research report, theory and methods in anthropology. Matebula Musima. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to present the following graduates whose names appear in the program and have complied with the requirements of the degree Bachelor of Education Honors. Maluleka Atalia. Mopane Tsolofelo. Mudubi Mangu. Mokhohlwa Neli.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to present to the following graduates whose names appear in the program and have complied with the requirements of the degree Bachelor of Development in Planning and Management. Matabata Go phethegile Rose. Tema Flora Mabore.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to present the following graduates whose names appear in the program and have complied with the requirements of the degree Bachelor of Agricultural Management honors. Maduna Mugoni with distinctions in plant production, with distinctions in pest pathogens and weed management, basic statistics in agriculture, and applied nature farming. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to present the following graduates whose names appear in the program and have complied with the requirements of the degree Bachelor of Science honors. Potelo Puseletso. Maekela Malisiba. Makabani Khotso. Makabani Kamorelo. Maluleka Elvis. Mangani Ukari. Mashilo Hunadi with distinction in mind mapping and ore reserve calculation. Matugane Matricia with distinctions in mind mapping and ore reserve calculations. Mologome Leseja. Nchidaulu Nyanzeni. Olusola lifted. Seroka Wanatau. Mr. Vice Chancellor, or Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to present Sipaela Moloko Cedric, the degree Bachelor of Science. With a distinction in Introduction to Database Systems.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to request you to confer the master's degrees of the university on those graduates whose names appear in the program.
By virtue of the authority vested in me, I confer the master's degree.
Mr. Chancellor. Mr. Chancellor. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Medicine in Pediatrics and Child Health. Freilin May. Mutiba Edith. Chamiswe Mbilelo. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Nursing. Rasikele Nelly. Makakaba Gloria. Sadiki Chililo. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Bupape Meg fulfilled the requirement of the degree Master of Pharmacy. The title of the dissertation is Exploring Pharmacist Medical Practitioner Collaboration on Outpatient Pharmaceutical Care at Mankweng Hospital in Limpopo Province, South Africa. The supervisor, Mr. T.L. Manyama, co-supervisor, R.M. Chitake. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Public Health. Malefo Kemu Humuditwe. Masilela Tshepo. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Science in Medical Sciences. Kapu Kabelo, the title of the dissertation, An Investigation of Antimicrobial Patterns and Associated Demographic Determinants in Bacteria Isolated from Patients with Non-Healing Wounds at the Petersburg and Mangon Hospitals, Limpopo Province. Supervisor, Ms. NTC Maguga Pasha. Co-supervisors, Prof. R. Likalakala Mukaba and Ms. N.M. Seluma. Siakamela Peace. The title of the dissertation is The Relationship Between Alcohol Consumption and Metabolic Syndrome and Its Components Among Adults from the Khale HDSS, Limpopo Province, South Africa. Supervisor, Mr. S.S.R. Choma. Co-supervisor, Dr. F. Mashinya. Situmo Abigail. The title of the dissertation is Determination of in vitro effects of aqueous extracts of Camellia sinensis on human sperm function. Supervisor, Dr. C.S. Opuar. Co-supervisor, Mr. S.S.R. Choma and Prof. R. Henker.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Arts by dissertation. Modise Rahauget. The title of the dissertation is Local Communities' Perception of the Impact of Rainfall Scarcity on Health in Muleji, Limpopo Province, South Africa. The supervisor is Mr. M.K. Malaji. Co-supervisor is Professor S.A. Rangwan. Letswalo Kokejo. The title of the dissertation is Absent Masculinity and Feminine Resilience, a post-colonial analysis of media discourses of female-headed households in South Africa. The supervisor is Professor T. Oyedemi. Matopo Maloja. The title of the dissertation is A Criminological Study of Teachers' Perceptions regarding learner-on-learner violence in rural secondary schools of Botlokwa area, Limpopo province. The supervisor is Dr. O.R. Chabalala. The co-supervisor is Dr. D.L. Khosimore. Mulaudzi Shonisan. The title of the dissertation is The Perceptions of Foreign Shop Owners in Sunnyside, Pretoria, on xenophobic attacks. The supervisor is Dr. O.R. Chabalala. The co-supervisor is Dr. F. Mangai. Sianego Chweni. The title of the dissertation is Exploring the Experiences of Intimate Partner Violence Against Women in Seshego Zone 1, Limpopo Province. The supervisor is Dr. O.R. Chabalala. The co-supervisor is Professor W. Maluleke. Mapaga Dominic. The title of the dissertation is A Critical Examination of South Africa-China Relations, 2013 to 2017. The supervisor is Professor K.B. Shai. The co-supervisor is Dr. C.E.A. Lakin. Khatla Ngwako. The title of the dissertation is The Effect of Gender and Sexuality, Stereotypes in Televised Alcohol Advertisement on Consumer Behavior, a case study of Centurion suburbs. The supervisor is Professor N.C. Lesami. Masedi Tabang. The title of the dissertation is The Effects of Television Soap Opera Violence on Adolescents. The supervisor is Dr. T.J. Malaji. Maputa Kiamoretse. The title of the dissertation is Representation of Gays and Lesbians on Selected Soap Operas in South Africa, a case study of Uzalo and Scandal. The supervisor is Dr. E.J. Malaji. Mandosi Lesiro. The title of the dissertation is Representation of Morality in Selected South African Reality TV Shows, the case of Nyan Nyan and Utatako. Supervisor Professor T. Muswede. Maudu Vulenda. The title of the dissertation is Influence of Alcohol Advertisements on High School Learners in Vembe District. The supervisor is Ms. M.F. Mulopa. The co-supervisor is Professor N.C. Lesami. Rangata Rifilwe. The title of the dissertation is Students' Perception of the Effects of Playing Video Games on Their Own Academic Performance, a case study of the University of Limpopo. The supervisor is Professor N.C. Lesame. The course supervisor is Mr. M.M. Sinou. Sianego James. The title of the dissertation is Tebelelo ya dingwalo gare dipading tšeo di hlaotšwego tša OK Matsepe, an intertextual reading of OK Matsepe's selected novels. The supervisor is Professor S.J. Chokwe. The co-supervisor is Mr. M. Sebola. Simusa Aben. The title of the dissertation is Analyzing the South African State Capture Controversy, an Economic Monopoly Battle or Not. Supervisor Dr. L.T. Legodi, course supervisor Professor K.B. Shai. Baloi Keifas. The title of the dissertation is A Critical Examination of the Successes of the Child Support Grant of South Africa, a case of Hamulima, Limpopo, South Africa. The supervisor is Dr. T.S. Nyawasha. The co-supervisor is Dr. K.L. Makola. Chidi Itumeleng. The title of the dissertation is An Exploration of Gender Imbalances in Management Positions in Higher Education in South Africa, a case study of the University of Limpopo. The supervisor is Dr. T.S. Nyawasha. The co-supervisor is Dr. K.L. Makola. Mashatula Mampota. The title of the dissertation is An Exploration of the Impact of Military Development on the Nuclear Families of Military Members of the South African National Defence Forces, Army, in the Capricorn District, Limpopo Province. The supervisor is Dr. T.S. Nyawasha. The course supervisor is Dr. K.L. Makola. Mutisironi. The title of the dissertation is An Evaluation of Community Safety Initiative on Student Safety at the University of Limpopo. The supervisor is Professor W. Maluleke. The course supervisor is Dr. F. Mangai. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Arts in Clinical Psychology. Maboga Vonani. Tshehla Raina. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Arts in English Studies. Mashele Agreement. Matsanisi Ndivu. Mohale Bongani. Sianego Morobadi. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Nepawe Mishumo fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Arts in English Studies by dissertation. The title of the dissertation is The Reappropriation of Gendered Representations and Roles in African Literature, a feminist and psychoanalytical study of selected African novels. The supervisor is Professor O.J. Abudurin. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Education. Ribani Mutsecha. The title of the dissertation is Challenges of School, Family, Community Partnership in Rural Areas, a case study. Supervisor is Miss P.D. Moloko. Mahwale Shamin. The title of the dissertation is The Impact of English First Additional Language on Grade 4 Learners' Academic Performance, a case of Putima Gibelo. The supervisor is Dr. H.A. Mutlaka. Mashele Simpiwe. The title of the dissertation is An Investigation into the Effectiveness of Assessment Methods in Accounting for Grade 12 in Ehlanzeni District, Mpumalanga Province. The supervisor is Dr. P.J. Sifara. The course supervisor is Dr. K. Tabangadimen. Ramapakela Moloko. The title of the dissertation is Examination of the Creation of a Positive Culture of Teaching and Learning through Classroom Management. The supervisor is Professor N.S. Mudiba. Sebayeng Lerato. The title of the dissertation is Challenges Facing the Secondary School Teachers in the Implementation of Curriculum and Assessment Policy Statement in Mankweng Circuit, Limpopo Province. The supervisor is Professor M.J. Temani. Sibone Mamoshaba. The title of the dissertation is Exploration of Challenges Experienced by Learners when Reading Short Stories in an EFAL Classroom. The supervisor is Mr. S.I. Ramauka. The course supervisor is Dr. H.A. Mutlaka. Chauke Titus. The title of the dissertation is Grammatical Errors Made by Learners in Writing Descriptive Essays. A case study of Mahabo Senior Secondary School, Koloti Seket, Limpopo Province, South Africa. The supervisor is Mrs. S.I. Ramoroka. Fankomon Tabiseng. The title of the dissertation is Challenges Experienced by Grade 12 English First Additional Language Learners in Essay Writing at Mutimako Secondary School, Hakutlo Seket, under Capricorn, South Africa District, Limpopo Province. The supervisor is Professor T.W. Moloja. Koza Zweli. The title of the dissertation is An Exploration to Translanguaging Patterns in Xitsonga Classrooms at High Schools in Mgutlu Seket, a case study of ML Nguna High School. The supervisor is Dr. W.S. Chauke. The course supervisor is Dr. H.A. Mutlaka. Mamabulo Johanna. The title of the dissertation is Investigating Reading Challenges Experienced by Intermediate Phase Learners in Sekgosese West Seket, Limpopo Province. The supervisor is Professor T.W. Moloja. Morano Mpo. The title of the dissertation is The Impact of English First Additional Language on Grade 10 Learners' Academic Performance in Dielelane Secondary School. The supervisor is Dr. H.A. Mutlaka. Sihlangu Sipiwe. The title of the dissertation is A Discursive Analysis of the Use of Mathematical Vocabulary in a Grade 9 Mathematics Classroom. The supervisor is Dr. L.L. Mugwana. The course supervisor is Professor J.K. Masha. Ramabua Kurume. The title of the dissertation is Challenges Faced by Grade 9 Technology Teachers in Their Ability to Facilitate Mini Practical Assessment Tasks at Balala Seket Schools, Limpopo Province. The supervisor is Professor M.S. Ramaligela. The course supervisor is Mr. T.I. Mchali. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have complied and fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Information Studies. Maifo Musebudi, Prudence. The title of the dissertation is Examining the Role of Public and Community Libraries in Serving the Information Needs of Open Distance Learners in Capricorn District Municipality, Limpopo Province, South Africa. The supervisor is Professor S.T. Wopape. Mujapelo Lisiba. The title of the dissertation is An Evaluation of User Satisfaction with Library Services Offered to Students at the University of Limpopo, Tefluo Graduate School of Leadership. The supervisor is Professor L.A. Makhathela. Tsetla Sijanamani. The title of the dissertation is A Bibliometrics Analysis of Public Administration and Management Peer Reviews Journals in South Africa from 2010 to 2020. The supervisor is Professor L.A. Makhathela. The course supervisor is Professor S.T. Wopape. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Social Work. Kondowe Tapiwa. The title of the dissertation is An Afrocentric Inquiry about Perceptions and Management of Alzheimer's Disease in Rakgapane Community, Mopani District, Limpopo Province, South Africa. The supervisor is Professor J.C. Makubele. The course supervisor is Professor T. Sodi and Professor N. Nyazema. Makubele Dlangeleni. The title of the dissertation is Exploring Perceptions of Social Workers Towards the Utilization of Employee Assistance Program Services in Greater Guyana Municipality, Limpopo Province. The supervisor is Mrs. D.T. Selwana. The course supervisor is Mrs. J.M. Mugoni. Makwala Kelebogile. The title of the dissertation is Factors that Hinder the Utilization of Intermediary Social Work Support Service to Alleged Child Offenders in Mopani District, Limpopo Province. The supervisor is Mrs. T.M.A. Malaji. The course supervisor is Professor S.L. Setoli. Mkondo Roni. The title of the dissertation is Experience of Police Officers Dealing with Domestic Violence Matters in Mankweng, Limpopo Province. The supervisor is Dr. M.R. Mangai. Sibise Katekani. The title of the dissertation is Perceptions of Principals and Circuit Managers on the Need for Social Workers at Mankweng Circuit, South Africa. The supervisor is Mr. P.J. Madi. The course supervisor is Dr. M.R. Mangai.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Business Administration. Leputu Palesa Tefelo. Makaleng Mane Lucia. Makula Lerato Madilo. Sikunda Malema Vutsilo Jane. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Commerce. Muswati Khorompe Michael. The title of the dissertation is Sustainability Performance and Financial Performance in Selected Johannesburg Stock Exchange Listed Companies. The supervisor, Professor M.B. Fagoya. Maroku Monye Kokezo. The title of the dissertation is Young Customers' Intention to Purchase Organic Food in South Africa, Extending the Theory of Planned Behavior. The supervisor, Professor M.B. Fagoya. Motebejane Kabelo Nanki. The title of the dissertation is Values and Employees' Voluntary Pro-Environmental Behavior in Small, Medium, and Micro Enterprises in Polokwane Municipality. The supervisor, Professor M.B. Fagoya. Ledwaba Ntabiseng N. The title of the dissertation is Growth Through Innovation and Productivity, the Case of South Africa. The supervisor, Professor I.P. Mungale. Sishoka Pretty. The title is The Effects of Budget Deficit on Fixed Investment in Selected African countries. Supervisor, Professor T. Nganywa, and co-supervisor, Professor I.P. Mungale. Dongo Tapiwa Napoleon. The title of the dissertation is Organizational Culture and Workplace Bullying Among Support Staff at a South African University. Supervisor, Dr. B.K. Majola.
Well done, Nick.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Development in Planning and Management. Baloyi Vongani Olga, distinctions in Project Planning and Management, Agriculture and Rural Development, Regional and Local Economic Development, and Statistics for Development Practitioners. Maswanganyi Amukelani Lizzie. Matsuso Sisimohang, Philadelphia. Mukutu Manuku Graika. Distinctions in Statistics for Development Practitioners, Community Development, Leadership and Facilitation, and Regional and Local Economic of Development. Moraba Leticia Kou. Rasekhala Lingkwang Sylvia. Tefu Khabo Morin. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Makaleng Tsepiso fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Development in Planning and Management by dissertation. The title of the dissertation is The Impact of Corporate Governance on the Performance of State-Owned Enterprises in South Africa. Supervisor, Dr. K.R. Chauke. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Mtimnye Vusi Christo Gunus fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Laws by dissertation. The title of the dissertation is An Analysis of Challenges Besieging Post-Settlement Support in Land Reform Programs, a case of Hertsibande District. Supervisor, Advocate M.T. Rapatsa. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Laws in Development and Management Laws. Kapula Justice Mukwadi, the degree obtained cum laude. Matlaila Teresia, the degree obtained cum laude. Mujapelu Mukhotoro Raquil, Signolo Matume Johannes, Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Laws in Labor Law. Popa Para Edwina. Makula Tukwe Soli. Skosana Zanele Mpo. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Malepe Winners Offense fulfill the requirements of the degree Master of Laws in Private Law by dissertation. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Public Administration and Management. Mama Bolo Marumo Nyabane. Nkabela Sifore Magdalene. Sorry, my apology. Nkabela Serufe Magdalene. Sikobela Muhahabo Ignatius. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of Master of Public Administration and Management by dissertation. Mabunda Nhlamulo, the title of the dissertation is The Role of Leadership on Service Delivery in South African Municipalities, a case of Greater Khiani Local Municipality, Limpopo Province. Supervisor Dr. K.R. Chauke. Mehlape Mahukudi Mary. The title of the dissertation is Community Participation in the Integrated Development Planning Processes as a Means of Improving Governance, a case of Polokwane Municipality. Supervisor, Dr. K.R. Chauke. Sekate Kananelo Judith. The title of the dissertation is Civic Participation and Apathy in South African Local Government. A case of Mangwen Township, Polokwane, in Polokwane Local Municipality. Supervisor, Dr. M.M. Silepe.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Agriculture Management in Agriculture Economics. Maki Mangawa Matsiliso. The title of the dissertation is Socio-Economic Analysis of Smallholder Sweet Potato Production and Acceptability of Entopathogenic Nematodes as Biocontrol of Sweet Potato Weevil in South Africa. The supervisor is Professor M.P. Signolo. Co-supervisors are Dr. K. Ntundu and Professor A. Pelete. Parting Malasheri Aubrey. The title of the dissertation is Spatial Price Transmission and Market Integration Analysis. The case of wheat market in South Africa from the year 2000 to 2018. Supervisor Professor J.J. Hlongwane and co-supervisor Dr. L.S. Gidi. Mr. Chancellor, I've got the honor to present to you Letswalo Mako Mamendi, the degree in master's degree in plant production. And the title of the thesis is The Effect of Scarification, Temperature and Light Conditions on seed germination of Artemisia afra. The supervisor is Dr. A.R. Ndlala, and the co-supervisor is Professor Mashela, and the degree is conferred cum laude. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Agricultural Management in Agricultural Extension. Mosetla Mahlatsi Michelle, the title of the dissertation is Membership Attrition Among Group Agricultural Projects, a case study of government-supported agricultural projects in selected villages of Polokwane Municipality, Limpopo Province. The supervisor is Professor E.M. Zwane, and the co-supervisor is Dr. M.A. Bupato. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Science by dissertation. Mokwadi Roni Maushi. The title of the dissertation is Analysis of Peristaltic Nanofluid Flow in Microchannel. The supervisor is Dr. L. Rundora. Matsaung Lesiva Caswell. The title of the dissertation is Ecological Risk Assessment of Rivers Around Mining Towns in Limpopo Province, South Africa. The supervisor is Professor N.A.G. Moyo, and the co-supervisor is Dr. M.M. Rapatsa. Mpalo Selaelo Jacqueline. The title of the dissertation is A Comparative Study of the Limnology of Two Small Dams in Capricorn District, Limpopo Province, South Africa. The supervisor is the late Mr. J. Thron, and the co-supervisor is Professor N.A.G. Moyo. Masirumule Sharon Tlakale. The title of the dissertation is The Acetone Extract of Ozoroa paniculosa partially inhibits carbohydrate digesting enzymes and induces glucose intake in C2, C12 skeletal muscle cells. The supervisor is Professor M.P. Mokotu. The co-supervisors are Professor L.J. Mamburu and Dr. K.W. Bopedi. Mateula Shongani Gracious. The title of the dissertation is Evaluation of the Synergistic Effects of Sodium Butyrate and Arsenic Trioxide against A549 lung cancer cells. The supervisor is Professor Z. Mbita. Maluleke Pleasant Karen. The title of the dissertation is Please. The title of the dissertation is Profiling of Senna Diethymobotrya extracts for activity against breast and lung cancer and characterization of active compounds. The supervisor is Professor W. Ngumalo. Tobahale Ruth Dibuo. The title of the dissertation is Removal of. Can you quieten the people, please? The title of the dissertation is Removal of Selected Toxic Elements by Surface Modified Multi-Walled Carbon Nanotubes from Contaminated Groundwater in Sekhukhune, Limpopo Province. The supervisor is Professor T. Makadzu, and the co-supervisors are Dr. L.E. Machevele and Dr. A.A. Ambush. Baloi Ndiso. The title of the dissertation is Code Switching Detection in Sitonga English Language Pair. The supervisor is Mr. M. J. D. Manamela, and co-supervisor is Dr. T. I. Mudipa. Masikwameng Moses Sivaka. The title of the dissertation is Language Modeling Approaches for the Recognition of Sepedi English Code Switching Speech. Supervisor, Dr. T. I. Mudipa, and the co-supervisor, Mr. M. J. D. Manamela. Morale Messi Musibuli. The title of the dissertation is Grammar-Based Speech-Enabled Application for Reading Mathematical Expressions. Supervisor is Mr. M. J. D. Manamela, and the co-supervisor is Dr. T. I. Mudipa. Mulukume Tapelo Esgiel. The title of the dissertation is Person Re-Identification in Multiple Cameras with Non-Overlapping Views. The supervisor is Professor S.N. Mukwena. Rikoto Vugosi. The title of the dissertation is Development of Automatic Speech Recognition Using Deep Neural Network for Sichonga. Supervisor is Dr. T. I. Mudipa, and co-supervisor is Mr. M. J. D. Manamela. Chokwe Sirole Angela. The dissertation is Assessing and Documenting the Use of Indigenous Knowledge Systems in Weather and Seasonal Climate Forecasting, a case study of Muleji villages in Limpopo Province, South Africa. Supervisor, Dr. B.M. Pija. Makwela Chogofajo Rehab. The title of the dissertation is An Assessment of the Impact of Declining Water Quality on Tourism, a case study of Loskop Dam, Mpumalanga Province, South Africa. The supervisor is Professor M.R. Ramzuli. Ngobeni Sichabo Limpia. The title of the dissertation is Investigation of Role of Geology in Slope Instability along Regional Road R523 in the Thulamela Municipality, South Africa. The supervisor is Professor C. Bayenguni and co-supervisor is Dr. F. Sengani. Kekana Maopa Chepo McDonald. The title of the dissertation is Synthesis, Characterization and Modeling of Two-Dimensional Hexagonal Boron Nitride Nanosheets for Gas Sensing. The supervisor is Professor T. Muswang. Co-supervisors are Professor L.M. Sikwivilu and Dr. M.A. Mahladisa. Letwaba Teworo Martina. The title of the dissertation is Computational Modeling Studies of Iron Cobalt Magnetic Alloys. Supervisor Professor H.R. Chauke and co-supervisors Professor P.E. Mwepe and Dr. R.G. Dial. Ngoweni Pesi. The title of the dissertation is Density Functional Tight Binding Study of Lithium Intercalation in Beta Manganese Dioxide for Lithium-Ion Batteries. Supervisor is Professor K.B. Mayeneja and co-supervisor is Professor P.E. Mwepe. Siloka Mhlago Ablonia. The title of the dissertation is Investigating the Association between Sugar-Sweetened Beverages Intake and Risk of Metabolic Syndrome among Elisras Rural Youth. The Elisras Longitudinal Study. The supervisor is Professor K.D. Munyeki and the co-supervisor is Ms. M. Matib. Shakwane Nomvula Nomfundo. The title of the dissertation is Establishing of the Pantheastis in Selected Fish Species from Loskop Dam in relation to water quality, fish health, and body size. The supervisor is Professor W.J. Lewis Powell, and the co-supervisors are Professor J.R. Sara and Dr. W.J. Smith. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Science in Agricultural Economics. Maekela Kwena, France. Mafeo Ntabiseng Rosa. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Science in Animal Production. Mukwena Kwena. Mungwe Tapelo Rosina. Seanego Luisa Malihu. Selala Levelo Jocelyn. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that the following candidates have fulfilled the requirements of the degree Master of Science in Horticulture. Mabunda Yolanda Tinyeko. Moitzi Leborang Rejoice. Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Ramoetlo Matsatsi Priscilla fulfilled the requirements of the degree of Science in Plant Protection.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to request you to confer the doctoral degrees of the university on those graduates whose names appear in the program.
By virtue of the authority vested in me, I confer the doctoral degrees.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Siluma Wanamukuba Mulogadi fulfilled the requirement of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in Medical Microbiology. The title of the thesis is Assessing the Impact of Tuberculosis Intervention on Transmission Dynamics and Epidemiological Projections in Limpopo Province, South Africa. Supervisor is Dr. N.M.E. Mahato, co-supervisor Prof. E. Maimela. The co-supervisor will read the citation.
The citation reads as follows. Tuberculosis remains a major public health problem, especially in resource-limited settings of sub-Saharan Africa. Ms. Siloma's thesis focused on assessing the impact of tuberculosis interventions on transmission dynamics and epidemiological projections in Limpopo Province, South Africa. The thesis investigated tuberculosis transmission on both drug-susceptible and drug-resistant TB patients and tuberculosis educational health levels of community members in Limpopo Province. Understanding tuberculosis transmission dynamics and evaluation of factors underlying trends in epidemiological outcomes, such as incidence, prevalence, and mortality, may help in the identifying key drivers of tuberculosis transmission, and assessment of intervention activities that will have a population impact on projected epidemiological outcomes over the next 10-year period in Limpopo province. In order to reach the Sustainable Development Goals, 1990 and TB targets set by the World Health Organization. The study findings show that the Limpopo province has approximately 62% drug-resistant TB successful treatment outcome rate and approximately 74% drug-susceptible TB treatment outcome rate, which is below the World Health Organization NTB targets to be achieved by the year 2030. The key interventional strategies recommended by the study to improve the current TB control program and achieve the NTB targets are active case finding, isonized preventative therapy, new molecular diagnostic tools, shorter treatment, and household contact management. Health education interventions programs on knowledge, attitude, and practices on TB needs to be intensified among community members to improve TB awareness. The study recommends the use of epidemiological models to better understand current TB dynamics and future disease trends. We're further thankful to the Provincial Department of Health, the National Health Laboratory Services for providing data from their databases, Dimamo Population Health Research Center for embedding Ms. Saloma in their sample collection activities, and institutional statisticians for helping in the interpretation of the knowledge, attitude, and practices studies and disease transmission mathematical models. Ms. Saloma has presented at the 4th Annual Faculty of Health Science Research Day and the 7th South Africa TB Conference. The 2 manuscripts are under review in the Department of Higher Education and Training, accredited journals. Further manuscript draft from the thesis are in preparation. The thesis will be submitted to Limpopo Provincial Department of Health. I thank you.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Khata Mamuyeng Nancy fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in Nursing. The title of the thesis is Self-Management Strategies to Prevent Risk Factors Related to Cardiovascular Disease Development at Ramolepo Area Clinics in the Limpopo Province, South Africa. The supervisor is Prof. T.M. Mutiba. The course supervisor is Prof. L. Skal. The course supervisor will read the citation.
Cardiovascular disease are presently the main cause of death around the world. A quarter of all deaths are attributed to behavioral and metabolic risk factors due to patients' lack of self-management strategies, which are practices and activities that the patient can use to manage themselves effectively to prevent the development of cardiovascular disease. Ms. Khatla's study aimed to develop the self-management strategies to prevent the development of cardiovascular disease among patients living with the risk factors at Ramolepo Area Clinics in the Limpopo Province, South Africa. A mixed method research, exploratory sequential design guided the study. The findings revealed that there are different descriptions of self-management strategies used by patients when living with cardiovascular risk factors like hypertension, diabetes mellitus, stress, and overweight. The strategies described, among others, include engaging in physical activity, eating a healthy, balanced diet, and drinking a lot of water. The findings further pointed out that majority of participants perform mild exercises, eat fatty foods, while a limited number perform moderate exercise, smoke cigarette, drink alcohol excessively, and are overweight and not adhering to treatment and have been experiencing stress most of the time. Drawing from the findings, strategies to prevent risk factors related to development of cardiovascular diseases were developed and implemented by the researcher at Gamolepo area clinics. The researcher has an opportunity to educate the patients with chronic conditions and cardiovascular diseases on self-management strategies that they can employ. Ms. Khatla presented a paper at the second longitudinal Erisras Conference for Non-Communicable Disease in 2019 and Uganda Conference on Communicable Diseases in 2020. She has already published 2 articles from the study at DHET accredited journal. Dr. Khatla.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Mabaso Riranzo fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in Public Health. The title of the thesis is The Development of User-Friendly Support Program for Adolescents Living with Perinatally Acquired Human Immunodeficiency Virus in the Vembe district of Limpopo Province, South Africa. Supervisor is Prof. L. Skal, co-supervisors Prof. T.M. Mutiba and Prof. S.F. Matlala. The supervisor will read the citation.
In her thesis titled The Development of a User-Friendly Support Program for Adolescents Living with Perinatally Acquired Human Immunodeficiency Syndrome or virus in the Vembe district of Limpopo Province, South Africa, she focused on the challenges faced by adolescents living with HIV and their experiences with taking ARVs since birth. A mixed method research, sequential exploratory design was employed. A quantitative data collection tool was developed based on the findings of the qualitative data. In the qualitative study, it was established that adolescents suffer from emotional, psychosocial, and challenges with prolonged taking of ARVs. Quantitative results found that adolescents who acquired HIV perinatally were living riskier lifestyle, just like other peers, but were not coping with life challenges coupled with them living with HIV throughout their lives. The developed user-friendly support program focused on improving their knowledge on HIV/AIDS, change of attitude towards living with HIV infection, and developing coping strategies. The study concludes that a user-friendly support program must be incorporated as part of management of adolescents living with perinatally acquired HIV in PHC facilities. 2 articles are being harvested for publication. Furthermore, Ms. Mabasa is intending to pilot the developed program in the whole of Limpopo for the benefit of adolescents living with perinatally acquired HIV. Ms. Mabasa presented 2 papers in national and international conferences. Dr. Mabasa.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Petla Cornelia fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in Public Health. The title of the thesis is Development and Implementation of Nutrition and Exercise Program at Primary Schools in Tshwane West District, Gauteng, South Africa. Supervisor is Prof. L. Skal, co-supervisor Prof. T.M. Mutiba. The supervisor will read the citation.
The thesis focused on development and implementation of nutrition and exercise program at primary schools in Tshwane West District, Gauteng Province, South Africa. The overall study employed a single group pre- and post-test quasi-experimental design. The study was conducted in 3 phases. In phase 1, it was found that there was a double burden of malnutrition among primary school children in Tshwane West District. The body mass index was significantly associated with gender, age, and nutrition knowledge. The learners' daily consumption of water, fruits, and vegetables were below the South African food-based dietary guidelines recommendation. There was poor eating habits among majority of learners, even though most learners had adequate nutrition and exercise knowledge. Few learners were able to meet the WHO recommendations level of physical activity. In phase 2 of the study, it entailed the development and validation of nutrition and exercise program. The development of the program was guided by analysis grid for environments linked to obesity, which is Angelo framework. During the phase 3, the program was piloted in few primary schools in Tshwane West District. Thereafter, the post-test and impact evaluation was conducted. It was concluded that the program had a positive impact, creating an interest in healthy eating and exercise among the school learners. The program proved to be well received by learners and school staff, as it is easy to follow and can be sustained. It is recommended that the program be rolled out to all the primary schools in South Africa. The findings of the research was shared with Tshwane West District Department of Basic Education during the research in Daba. Cornelia will also present the research at national and international conferences, and articles are being harvested from this thesis. Dr. Cornelia Peck.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Malaji Mashotli Kenneth fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in Anthropology. The title of the thesis is The Use of Indigenous Knowledge and Perceptions of Malaria for Improved Control and Elimination of Malaria in the community of Den, Limpopo Province, South Africa. The supervisor is Professor S.A. Rangwana. The director, Professor Sitole, will read the citation.
The candidate, Moshotlhi Kenneth Malaji, used a qualitative approach to research about the cultural views and treatment of malaria and how these informed better strategies for eradicating the disease in the community of Den, Limpopo Province, South Africa. An Afrocentric methodology based on the African spiritual principles of math and Nomo was deployed to collect, analyze, and interpret data. The Afrocentric investigation, based on data accessed from diviners, herbalists, and elderly men and women, revealed the cultural notions related to the symptoms of malaria and the indigenous herbs used in the treatment and control of malaria. Despite recognizing the role of Western biomedicine in malaria management and eradication, the study's most striking finding was that only advances that are consistent with the dense village ontology, epistemology, cosmology, logic, teleology, axiology, and ideology can be added to an African-centered model for managing and eliminating malaria. This study was done with great academic pride in response to the widely held belief that it is the responsibility of African intellectuals to design research with the goal of recognizing the significance of the African indigenous knowledge. Using this new Afrocentric paradigm and theory in a medical anthropological study like Mr. Malaji's, which looked at the use of African indigenous knowledge in the effective control and elimination of malaria in the African community of Den Village in Limpopo Province, significantly advances the School of Social Sciences mission to become an innovative premier school for Afrocentric advancement of social and human development. Part of the findings were developed into 2 research articles which were submitted to 2 international accredited journals for peer review.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Khasaro Tshepo Justice fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in Communication Studies. The title of the thesis is Download Culture and the Dilemma of Postmodern Technologies, Legal, Illegal, Digital Music Sharing, and its Effects of South African Artists. The supervisor is Professor T. Oyedemi. The director of the school will read the citation.
Tepo Khasago centers his inquiry within the dilemma that exists from the benefits and challenges of digital communication technologies. There is an emerging culture in which digital and online tools are becoming primary platforms for music consumption, making music easily accessed, consumed, and shared. As a result, artists occasionally distribute their music for free with the intention of reaching global potential consumers, but they also sell their music through different online stores. Nonetheless, these technologies allow consumers to illegally access and share music freely without financial compensation to the artists. Alongside this dilemma is the realization of unequal access to the internet in South Africa, with older adults and those in rural areas being disadvantaged, and the cost of internet curtails what youth can afford to do online. All this prompted the following critical questions that Khasago engages in his study. How do older adults, those in rural areas, and the youth access and listen to music? What are the implications of the dominance of digital online music to the social capital and social lifestyles of youth and older adults in South Africa? Also, how has digitization of music impacted on the political economy of the music industry in South Africa? But critically, in what ways do the illegal and legal downloads of music benefit or disadvantage South African artists? Drawing on the critical communication tradition of the analysis of technologies, capitalism, and the post-modern culture as a theoretical context, Khasago conducted a survey of youth and older adults and interviewed local South African musicians. The socio-economic inequalities that shape unequal access to the internet and digital technologies continue to influence music consumption, with older South Africans put at a disadvantage. For the local artists, their revenues continue to be impacted by the dilemma of legal and illegal music downloads. A major contribution to communication discipline is Khasago's proposal of a new theory of download culture, which is useful for analysis of today's digital culture. Khasago combines his scholarly interest in digital technologies with his passion for music as a music producer, artist, DJ, and record label owner, to embark on a doctoral inquiry that addresses a current cultural issue of this digital age. Tepo Khasago is the first graduate in communication studies to have successfully achieved all his qualifications in communication studies from the University of Limpopo. Congratulations.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Lumadi Tabelo Zakaria fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in curriculum studies. The title of the thesis is Exploring Methods of Teaching, Reading and Writing in Language Acquisition in Bohlabela District, Mpumalanga Province. The supervisor is Professor L.T. Mabasa, and he will read the citation.
Mr. Lomadi's thesis focuses on the methods that teachers use to teach reading and writing and language acquisition in the intermediate phase of South African schools. The study was done by applying Vygotsky's social interaction theory and Krashen's language acquisition theory as lenses. The two theories were appropriate for the study to help the researcher delve into the ways teachers create a conducive teaching and learning environment that empowers learners to learn reading and writing. Data were generated by using a qualitative approach. The study found that methods used by teachers do not empower learners to read and write with understanding. A valuable contribution made by the study is the suggestion of a model that may contribute towards empowering teachers to teach learners to read and write with understanding.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Nkosi Charlotte Dumazile fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in Curriculum Studies. The title of the thesis is Teacher Perceptions, Knowledge and Intervention on Homosexual Learners in High Schools around the Sibanda district of the Mpumalanga district. The supervisor is Professor L.T. Mabasa, and he will read the citation.
Ms. Nkosi's thesis focuses on the perceptions, knowledge, and the interventions on homosexual learners in some of the high schools of South Africa. The study was done by employing Gibson's theory of direct perception, the top-down theory, and constructivist theory as lenses. The theories were appropriate for the study because they enabled the researcher to scrutinize teachers' perceptions, knowledge, and intervention as determined by the environment to construct their understanding of homosexual learners. Data was generated by using a qualitative approach. The study found that due to cultural and religious influences, teachers do not talk openly about homosexuality. Furthermore, some of the schools do not have policies on homosexuality. A valuable contribution made by the study is the suggestion of a model on homosexual learners that is likely to be responsive to the South African rural schools.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Mahlaji Litube Maria fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in Educational Administration. The title of the thesis is Monitoring of English Assessment Tasks by School Management Teams in Sekhukhune East District, Limpopo Province. The supervisor is Professor N.S. Mudiba, and he will read the citation.
Mrs. Mahlaji's thesis sought to explore the monitoring of the school management teams, the monitoring of assessment tasks by school management teams in the primary schools of Sekhukhune East District, Limpopo Province. The study followed the qualitative approach to research supported by socio-cultural and future-oriented theories in the 5 primary schools in the Sekhukhune East District, Limpopo Province. Mrs. Mahlaji employed a convenient purposive sampling strategy to select 15 research participants from 5 primary schools who provided assessment responses to research questions posed. 3 data collection tools were utilized, namely interviews, document reviews, and observations. Data in the study was analyzed employing thematic content analysis and constant comparative method. The thesis revealed that most primary schools in Sekhukhune East District are functioning without the appropriate policies, such as the personnel administrative measures, PAM, and other indispensable documents governing and regulating the assessment of English assessment task. It was further disclosed that school management teams were possessing dubious knowledge as regards monitoring, supervision, and assessment of English tasks. The study further showcased and evinced how much monitoring is an integral component of teaching and learning of assessment tasks. Finally, the study highlighted how monitoring unveils and uncovers the caliber of teaching and learning in educational institutions. As part of decimating the body of knowledge generated by this thesis, findings in this study have already been presented and shared during the recently held 2022 UL Spring Lectures. Furthermore, 2 articles have emerged from the study and have already been forwarded to Journal of Contemporary Society and Education. In addition, the study has led to the generation of the user-friendly monitoring model for primary school
for primary school management teams as an intervention to the recurring predicament and hurdle of under monitoring, under supervision, and under assessment of the English task. Other parts of the findings are planned to be presented to the 2023 International Conference on Public Administration and Development Alternatives, IPADA. Thank you, Matthias.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Ramudzuli Fatuane Eric fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in History. The title of the thesis is Land Dispossession Restitution in South Africa, a case study of the Ravele community of Luvuvu Valley, Limpopo Province, 1890 to 1994. The supervisor is Professor K.B. Shai. The course supervisor is Dr. A.V. Giwayo. The supervisor, Professor K.B. Shai, will read the citation.
The Mr. Ramudzuli Fatuane Eric thesis is based on the disruptive theory of Afrocentricity. He uses the Ravele community as a case study to show how land dispossession under white rule affected most black South Africans. Afrocentricity was preferred to ground this study since it puts African values at the center, as a way of debunking the Eurocentric stroke Western and liberal approach to issues that affected Africans. As a self-confessed interdisciplinary scholar, Ramudzuli constructs, explores, and analyzes the history and geopolitical situation of the Raveles before dispossession and the impact that descended on them following dispossession. The Raveles were forcibly removed from original Mauluma in the Luvuvu Valley to new Mauluma Beaconfield in the Njelele Valley, which was barren, infertile, dry, and rocky. The corollary of the matter is that the establishment of the Luvuvu Valley was meant to benefit the newly resettled poor whites as part of the program of white administration. Resultantly, the Raveles bore the severe brunt of the forced removal as they were dislodged from their source of political and socio-economic livelihood, which is the fertile and the agriculturally productive Luvuvu Valley. Politically, the Raveles lost their Vuhosi, senior traditional leadership status, under Tovele, the king, George Mbulaheni Ramabulana Mpepu, which was downgraded to Vukota, headmanship, when the latter status was reduced to 2 levels to Kosi, senior traditional leader. Although land restitution is one of the pillars of land reform in democratic South Africa, the Raveles are still in the dark regarding the finalization of their claim to have the old Mauluma fully restituted to them. Direct transfer of land without sufficient post-resettlement support has led to land restitution embarrassment for the democratic government. White settler farmers have opposed land restitution by either refusing to sell their farms or by pitching ridiculously higher prices. From this thesis, 2 manuscript articles have been harvested and are now finalized for publication consideration in relevant DHET accredited journals. Congratulations.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Vuma Stututu Laki fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in History. The title of the thesis is An Historical Examination of the Evolution of Student Activism at the University of Limpopo, formerly known as University of the North, 1968 to 2015. The supervisor is Dr. A.V. Tliwayo. The course supervisor is Professor K.B. Shai, and the course supervisor, Prof. Shai, will read the citation.
A product of contemporary student activism and politics in whose own right. Mr. Vuma Sitututulaki was born in Mulalana village, outside Woodspruit in the Limpopo province. His doctoral thesis focuses on the change and transformation of African student activism at TEFLUOP, also known as the University of Limpopo, from 1968 to the year 2015. A timely contribution which straddles the academic disciplines of history and politics. The thesis finds that student activism was a critical component of the anti-apartheid struggle in South Africa. While this activism responded to local campus multiple operations designed to perpetuate African inferiority and white supremacy, such activism contributed to the articulation of the National Program of Action, which mobilized oppressed African communities in the Northern Transvaal to fight for freedom. Student activism at TEFLUOP unfolded in terms of broad historical periods which reflected the changing and transforming political landscape in South Africa, precipitated by the broadening and deepening of the crisis of the brutal and inhuman apartheid rule. Student activists at TEFLUOP bore the brunt of vicious repression, particularly with the declaration of the state of emergency in 1985. While this operation contributed to the de-radicalization of student activism, TEFLUOP students continued to constitute a vital component of the mass democratic movement, which culminated in the demise of the institutionalized apartheid system in the early 1990s. The slow reconfiguration of student activism, which unfolded for over 20 years after 1994, saw the rise of a new phase of radicalism in 2015, which inter alia seeks to decolonize the curriculum as part of the broader project of deepening freedom and democracy in South Africa. Building from his promising scholarly publication record, Mr. Vuma has identified key themes in his doctoral thesis for the purpose of preparing journal articles for publication consideration. Congrats, Paul. Sure.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Mudipani Mahomo Christina fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in Language Education. The title of the thesis is An Exploration of Reading Strategies Employed by Grade 12 Learners in Mojaji Second, Limpopo Province, towards developing an intervention reading strategies in English First Additional Language. The supervisor is Professor T.W. Muloja. The course supervisor is Dr. T. Malahlela. The supervisor will read the citation.
Ms. Mahomu Christina Mudipan used a qualitative approach to explore the reading challenges employed by grade 12 English additional language learners in Mojaji Second. The study was based on the researcher's observation during her assessment of grade 12 learners' literary genres that learners struggle in reading for meaning during their prescribed literature sets. The study highlighted that the employment of various reading strategies is important for learners' success in their reading of prescribed text and text in other learning areas. The study revealed that learners lack the appropriate reading strategies and as a result end up performing poorly in the assessment of literature genres in INCFAL. The development of reading strategies in learners in grade 12 is important in equipping them with 21st century skills relevant for employment opportunities and for further tertiary education. The study contributed significantly to the body of knowledge in that the researcher designed the intervention strategies as a model for developing reading strategies. This will guide educators on how to teach reading appropriately to address the challenges encountered. Part of the findings have been presented during the spring lectures and the IPADA conference, and an article entitled An Exploration of Reading Strategies Employed by Grade 12 Learners in Mojaji Second, Limpopo Province has been submitted for review in a Scopus accredited journal. Thank you.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Mugudlwa Hlumelo Ian Stembili fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in Political Science. The title of the thesis is An Examination of the Incompatibilities of NATO and the African Union Agendas in the Libyan conflict between 2011 and 2012. The supervisor is Professor K.B. Shai, and he will read the citation.
Inspired by the African Union, the theme of African solutions for African challenges, an academic interest was aroused by the year 2011 and 2012 events that led to the regime change in Libya. This development has ushered fundamental changes in the political system of Libya. Based on the revolutionary theory of Afrocentricity, Mr. Mugudlwa delves on the events, actions, and reactions of major international, continental, and regional bodies in resolving the impasse that swept most parts of Middle East, including Libya. Among others, the findings of the research for this thesis reveal that the Arab Spring, also read as an uprising, caught the world unprepared and varied significantly from nation state to nation state, with Libya being the worst affected in terms of fatalities and infrastructural destruction in Africa than Tunisia and Egypt combined. The involvement of Western powers under the guise of the United Nations Security Council's responsibility to protect principle left devastating destruction and deaths in contrast of its main purpose and goal. The adoption of the UN Security Council Resolution 1970 and 1973 respectively, provided a safe passage for the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, to participate in the crisis in a biased and opportunistic manner. This manifestation gave revolutionaries, also known as rebels, an upper hand against the Muammar Gaddafi-led regime, to the dismay of the African Union, which was left out of action. Western governments, media, some academics praised the involvement of foreign forces in the crisis. However, African voices were shunned and largely downplayed as insignificant. Drawing from the Libyan crisis, Mr. Mgutwa's study explores what form should relations between the African Union and NATO take post-Arab Spring in order to avoid similar destructive outcomes, and for the African Union to assert its position and authority as a continental body. From this thesis, a chapter was harvested and accepted for publication in a forthcoming interdisciplinary edited volume entitled Peace and Security, African Perspectives. Congratulations.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Mrubula Ngwenya, Gillian Samukezi, fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in Political Science. The title of the thesis is An Exploration of Sexual Orientation and Politics of Identity through Black lesbian narratives in South Africa. The supervisor is Professor S. Adri. The course supervisors are Professor S.L. Sitole and Professor T. Oyedemi. Professor S.L. Sitole, as the course supervisor, will read the citation.
Black lesbians in South Africa conform to heteronormativity by dating heterosexual males. This adherence to heteronormativity is a result of social, cultural, and religious norms. An attempt to draw lesbians as study participants was made, and it turned out the people who responded to the study were actually bisexual women. This group of bisexual women have been concealed from the general population. This study, therefore, is about Black bisexual females as they represented themselves amid heteronormativity that is normative in African society and in modern settings. The candidate explores why Black females in heterosexual marriages engage in extramarital relationships with same-sex partners. The study also examined the experiences and narratives of Black females in heterosexual marriages who also engage in extramarital bisexuality. The findings confirm the intersection of sexuality, democratization, and political behavior in South Africa. It places this in the context of understanding the political behavior and group identity of Black lesbians and the influence of democratization of South Africa in this. The candidate centered this study at the core of gender and politics, with the study of how components of people's social identities interact with their political participation and experiences. The thesis particularly emphasizes that the interaction of gender and politics is intersectional and dependent on factors like people's race, class, and gender expression. The study foregrounds queer theory as it interrogates and exposes heteronormativity, which refers to all mechanisms and discourses in society that operate to make heterosexuality logical and privileged. Furthermore, it seeks to reclaim queer for the context that is studied in this case to avoid an extraverted study. This study concludes by recommending the development of 9 freedom bisexuality community integration model, which assists policymakers and others in prioritizing bisexual women's freedom. From this study, a paper was presented at an international conference in 2021, and this was later converted into an international journal article, which was published in the same year.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Hopa Bontle Patience fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in Psychology. The title of the thesis is An Exploratory Study of Psychological Resilience Factors Associated with Climate Change Adaptation by subsistence farmers in a rural community in Maruleng local municipality, Limpopo province. The supervisor is Professor Tish Sodi. The course supervisors are Prof. K. Ayisi and Prof. C. Burman. The course supervisor, Prof. Ayisi, will read the citation.
The citation reads as follows. Ms. Bontley-Cooper's study aimed to explore psychological resilience factors associated with climate change adaptation by subsistence farmers in rural farming community in Maruleng, local municipality. The study findings indicated that farmers have limited conceptual knowledge relating to climate change and its causes. The findings further indicated that subsistence farmers have become resilient to climate change through mitigation strategies, including mulching, adaptive irrigation techniques, and being innovative. From a psychological perspective, the subsistence farmers' resilience factors that emerged included passion for farming, hope, enthusiasm, courage, acceptance or tolerance, livelihood, and coherent belief system. Based on the findings of the study, a psychological explanatory model in climate change adaptation by subsistence farmers was developed. The explanatory model suggests that psychological resilience factors are influenced by notions of and adaptations to climate change. The study is concluded by, among others, recommending that counseling services be made available to farmers to help them deal with the stress associated with the negative impacts of climate change. Results of the study were presented at the 16th International Conference on Environmental Psychology in Amsterdam in 16 May 2022. Ms. Cooper's paper was adjudicated by a panel of experts
and awarded a certificate of best presentation. She was pursuing some aspect of the results during the upcoming annual National Doctoral Alumni Conference on the National Institute for Humanities and Social Sciences in November 2022. One manuscript from the thesis has been accepted for publication in an international journal, with 2 additional manuscripts currently going through a review process. Ms. Cooper received scholarship for funding from her PhD studies from the National Institute for the Humanities and Social Sciences. Thank you.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Mukoti Nare Jonas fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in Psychology. The title of the thesis is Evaluating the Effectiveness of a Self-Care Program for Intervention in Burnout and Compassion Fatigue among nurses working in critical care areas. The supervisor is Professor T.A.B. Mashiro. The course supervisor is Dr. M.B. Sitwaba. The supervisor, Prof. Mashiro, will read the citation.
In his thesis, Mr. Nare Johnny Mukoti evaluated the effectiveness of self-care program for intervention in burnout and compassion fatigue among nurses in critical areas in the Limpopo province hospitals. A mixed concurrent triangulation design, both using qualitative and quantitative methods, was used within the interpretivist, constructivist theoretical paradigm. The design was selected to ensure a parallel validation of the outcomes through the triangulation of data collection methods. The context, process, and outcome model, that is the CPO, for organizational health interventions was used as the theoretical framework for the study. The evaluated program consisted of measuring pre- and post-test data on burnout, compassion fatigue, and empathy using the ProQoL R4 scale and empathy scale respectively. The intervention consisted of workshop-initiated activities to enhance self-care and awareness of the impact of the work context of participants' well-being. Validation of the evaluation process was ensured through utilization of the clinical psychologists for expertise in the constructs, training, risk awareness, and diagnosis. At the baseline, moderate and high levels of burnout, as well as compassion fatigue and low empathy were noted, with post-intervention results showing a decrease in the constructs with an interesting rise observed in compassion satisfaction among the older nurses, as well as the increase in empathy. The results were used to develop a model within the CPO framework, highlighting the outcome-based implementation plan with several elements that emerged from the study, showing their impact towards the mitigation of negativity generating work environment of the sector. The model, as recommended from the thesis, could also assist in the form of the manuals that Mr. Mokoti is busy developing to help in the review of policies for the alignment of continued intervention processes in healthcare. Congratulations.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Nyati Charmaine Sandram Masetla fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctoral of Philosophy in Psychology. The title of the thesis is Coping Guidelines for Women Who Have Experienced the Psychological Impact of Intimate Partner Violence. The supervisor is Professor S. Govenda. The co-supervisor is Professor K. Nell. The supervisor will read the citation.
Ms. Nyati investigated the phenomenon of intimate partner violence in women in Ntlhanzeni district in Mpumalanga in order to develop coping guidelines. This is because 1 in every 4 or a quarter of all women in South Africa are assaulted by their partners every week. The study adopted a qualitative approach utilizing an exploratory hermeneutic phenomenological research design. A non-probability sample of 10 women were victims of IPV was used. The theoretical framework for the study was Afrocentric theory. This framework was used so that the investigation was underpinned by an African concept, by truly African concepts. The study was conducted at victim empowerment programs in Imkuli and Ekonok in Ntlhanzeni district in Mpumalanga. Semi-structured interviews were used as data collection instruments and analyzed using thematic analysis. Several themes were gleaned, including understanding of intimate partner violence, intimate partner violence experienced by the participants, reasons for intimate partner violence, the role of lobola or culture in intimate partner violence, what makes participants cope with interpartner violence. So based on these findings, it was recommended that a study of male perceptions towards IPV and a nationwide study of studies on IPV be carried out under the auspices of the Department of Social Development and the Department of Health with the help of relevant NGOs. So coping guidelines for women victims of IPV were developed out of the research findings of the study.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Chikovele Kodani Laki fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in Psychology. The title of the thesis is the impact of exercise on self-esteem, anxiety, and depression on first-year students at the University of Venda. The supervisor is Professor S. Govenda. The course supervisor is Professor K. Nell. The supervisor will read the citation.
Mr. Shukuvelo investigated the impact of exercise on self-esteem, anxiety, and depression on first-year students at the University of Venda. Students who transition from school to tertiary institutions can experience stresses which lead to anxiety and depression. This can be alleviated by exercises. Limited research has been undertaken about exercise and the alleviation of depression amongst tertiary education students in South Africa. The aim of the study was to investigate the impact of exercise on depression, anxiety, and self-esteem at these students at the University of Venda. A quantitative approach using a cross-sectional survey design was used. The study sample consisted of 320 randomly selected first-year students. 160 students who exercised regularly, and the other 160 who did not exercise at all. Data was collected using the Rosenberg self-esteem scale, the Beck's anxiety inventory, and the Beck's depression inventory. The study was theoretically underpinned by the trans-theoretical model. Data analysis used both non-inferential and inferential statistics. So multivariate analysis and logistic regression were part of the statistics used for the inferential. The findings supported those as found in previous studies, both locally and internationally. The hypotheses of the study were fully supported by the results. Results pertaining to age and gender in this study revealed that there were no significant differences in scores. Additionally, respondents indicated that higher levels of anxiety due to not exercising were linked to pre-contemplation in the TTM. Okay, so that's the model. It was determined that these respondents were not aware of exercise as an intervention to enhance the overall well-being and mental health. Generally, the research contributes to understanding of the impact of exercise as an intervention in mental health challenges in first-year tertiary education students. The exercise guidelines developed out of this research will help the Department of Education, UniVen, and other tertiary institutions generally in improving exercise interventions to undergraduate students in the tertiary education sector.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Sebola Moffat fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in Chivenda. The title of the thesis is Selfhood, Identity and Culture in Selected Chivenda Poetry. The supervisor is Professor O.J. Abodorin. The co-supervisor is Professor R.N. Madate. The supervisor will read the citation.
The citation reads, Mr. Sebola's thesis has problematized what the Vavenda have done in as far as issues of selfhood, identity, and culture of the Vavenda are concerned with the selected poems studied. According to one of his assessors, and I quote, "This research displays that the Vavenda worry much about what happened to their land due to the advent of the colonizers and the missionaries. It also demonstrates that their silence has much to say and depicts the protest that they have inwardly," end of quote. The candidate needs to be applauded and encouraged for such a brave attempt. Consequently, the study's overriding aim to draw Chivenda poetry and literature from the periphery to the center of conversations on issues of selfhood, identity, and culture in the post-colonial context, and to show that a representative selection of Chivenda poetry can provide indices into the trajectories and nuances of the Vavenda people's selfhood, identity, and culture has been achieved. The study employed a qualitative research approach and the descriptive method to analyze 16 purposefully sampled poetry texts. Textual and thematic analysis were relied on in the analysis of the selected texts. The candidate sought to do this by creating an empowering space for Chivenda poetry and ultimately Chivenda literature in general. Mr. Sebola has presented several seminar and conference papers at both national and international levels, and he has produced an unprecedented 6 peer-reviewed journal articles in DHET accredited journals. Congratulations, Dr. Sebola.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Sibidi Kapane Madute fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Administration. The title of the thesis is The Influence of Organizational Culture on Service Delivery in South Africa, a case study of City of Tshwane Municipality in Gauteng Province. The supervisor, Professor S.M. Madue, co-supervisor, Professor M.P. Sebola. The supervisor, Professor Madue, will read out the citation.
Kapane Madute Sibidi's study highlights leadership challenges in South African municipalities from an organizational, culture, and leadership perspective. Using the City of Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality as a case study, Kapane explored the link between culture and performance in municipalities, where residents often complain about the slow pace of response to complaints such as faulty electricity billing system, water leakages, blocked sanitation pipes, and the non-removal of informal settlers occupying empty spaces in and around the city. The findings of his study suggest that organizational culture is tied to leadership traits when attempting to address service delivery challenges in South African municipalities. The study concludes that a responsive and accountable culture should model the values and principles of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa without fear or favor, and make realistic, cost-effective, and visible change that will address the imbalances of apartheid municipal system of government. The study resulted in 2 articles published in accredited journals. Dr. Sibidi.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Mokaukau Jenny Potsiso fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in Agricultural Economics. The title of the thesis is An Economic Assessment of Inland Fisheries Contributions to Income Generation and Food Security in Limpopo Province, South Africa. The supervisor is Professor A. Pelete, and the co-supervisor is Professor J.J. Klongwane. The co-supervisor, Prof. J.J. Klongwane, would read the citation.
The world human population is expected to be 9.7 billion by the year 2050. And there has been concern about meeting the global food demand and supply. In addition, it has been identified that the majority of Africans face food insecurity shock, poverty, hunger, malnutrition, and lack of income. However, inland fisheries are currently regarded as one of the important sectors in meeting these challenges. Despite this, in South Africa, the inland fisheries sector has been overlooked as a means of supporting rural livelihood. This is despite the utilization of water resources such as rivers and dams for fishing by households. In addition, rural households living and fishing around these resources are not given much attention by policymakers regardless of food and income generated from the fishing activities. Thus, Mrs. Mukaukau's thesis sought to assess the contribution of inland fisheries to household income and food security in Limpopo Province of South Africa. Moreover, she determined the roles and functions of rural household along the value chain of inland fisheries. The results showed that various socio-economic and institutional factors affect inland fisheries' contribution to income and food
security at the household level. Consequently, she found that majority of households in the study area consume fish from the inland water resources at least once a week. Additionally, selling raw and processed inland fishes such as tilapia, bass, and catfish contribute significantly to the income of the household. Moreover, her study revealed that rural household plays various roles such as input suppliers, fishers, traders, processors, and consumers along the value chain of inland fisheries. However, there is a lack of government support in terms of extension services and formal market access in this value chain. As a result, Mrs. Mokaukau's research discovered that the potential benefits of participating in inland fisheries for income generation and food security exist in the study area. However, sustainable inland fisheries practices are recommended to protect and preserve the fisheries for long-term rural livelihood support. From her work, 2 papers have been published in DHEAD accredited journals and 3 more manuscripts submitted in accredited journals are under review. Congratulations, Jenny.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Nengovela Ruzani fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in Agricultural Economics. The title of the thesis is Analyzing Food Security Among Rural Households of Capricorn and Mopani Districts, Limpopo Province, South Africa. The supervisor is Professor A. Belete, and the co-supervisors are Professor J.J. Hlongwane and Professor I.B. Oluwatayo. The co-supervisor, Professor J.J. Hlongwane, would read the citation.
Regardless of various measures implemented by the South African government to curb food insecurity, majority of rural households are still experiencing food insecurity at the household level. Ms. Ruzani Nengovela's thesis focused in identifying a specific food security component that is likely to influence food security status of rural households in Capricorn and Mopani district. The aim of her study was to analyze food security looking at the 4 dimensions, namely food availability, access, utilization, and stability among rural households of Capricorn and Mopani district in Limpopo Province, South Africa. The study revealed that most rural households from both Mopani district municipality and Capricorn district municipality consumed different food groups. In this regard, minority of rural households are classified as dietary diverse, whereas majority of rural households are still characterized as less dietary diverse due to the limited consumption of different food groups. This revealed that these households range from less food secure to moderate food secure, as illustrated by the food security results. Moreover, the results also indicated that a majority of rural households in Mopani District Municipality are classified as severely food insecure, and that food stability was the component contributing to these households being severely food insecure. As for Capricorn District Municipality, rural households, the results showed that most of these rural households were moderately food insecure, with food availability and food stability being the contributing components. Ms. Nengovela used the findings of her study to make policy recommendations to the policymakers, health practitioners, government officials, and the Department of Agriculture in particular. 2 articles from her thesis were published in the accredited Journal of Agribusiness and Rural Development. 1 more article is finalized and ready for submission. Congratulations, Ruzani.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Moashane Dumelo Monti fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in Chemistry. The title of the thesis is Treatment of Acid Mine Drainage for the Recovery of Beneficial Products. The supervisor is Professor M. Mujuru. Co-supervisors are Professor J.P. Mare and Dr. M.M. Patlela Makhwani. Professor J.P. Mare, as the co-supervisor, would read the citation. Professor?
Mr. Tumelo Mokashani's thesis focused on the evaluation and further development of a technology that will allow the treatment of mine water with the aim to recover pure water and valuable products with minimum waste streams. The findings of this research revealed that sodium carbonate and magnesium oxide can be used for selective recovery of ferric hydroxide and aluminium hydroxide. Calcium alkalis can only be used for selective recovery of metals if co-precipitation of gypsum can be prevented through dosing of inhibitors. The feasibility studies showed that the reverse osmosis cooling process may be used for treatment of acid mine water in a cost-effective way through recovery of drinking water and saleable products, such as pigment. A process configuration was proposed that will reduce the problems experienced with current technologies used for neutralization and desalination. The study indicated that the cost of mine water treatment is dominated by the cost of brine and sludge disposal. It showed that the chemical, electricity, and capital redemption cost of mine water treatment can be covered by the income from recovered pigment and the value of treated water. Tumelo has published 2 book chapters and 1 international conference paper. He presented the work at 3 international and 1 local conferences. A further 2 papers have been submitted for publication indicated the novelty of the work conducted by Tumelo Makashani. Congratulations.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Matipa Morongwa Mary fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in Microbiology. The title of the thesis is Improvement of Quality and Shelf Life of Traditionally Produced Sorghum Juice by addition of ashes, dried powdered leaves, and stem obtained from Compretum species. The supervisor is Professor P. Masuku, and the co-supervisor is Professor M.S. Mposi. The supervisor, Professor Masuku, would read the citation.
Traditional sorghum juice is produced by many African countries for human consumption. The juice is rich in calories, B group vitamins, and essential amino acids. The short shelf life of sorghum juice is a major problem for both the brewers and the consumers of this drink. The study aimed to use 12 Combretium plants to improve the microbiological quality and shelf life of the sorghum juice. The qualitative phytochemical composition of both the leaves and the stem of the Combretium plant was analyzed. AOAC and ICPE protocols respectively performed the approximate and nutritional analysis of the 70% acetone extracts. Antimicrobial activities against Staphylococcus aureus, Enterococcus faecalis, E. coli, and Pseudomonas aeruginosa bacterial strains was determined. Lastly, the nutritional composition and sensory properties of the prepared sorghum juice treated with Combretium plants were investigated. Results obtained from the study represent valuable information on the phytochemical composition, nutritional composition, and antioxidant attributes of the Combretium plants in South Africa. Also, the obtained results show an appreciable antimicrobial effects and great anti-cancer activity against lung cancer cells. Moreover, additions of these plants show to have positive effects on the microbiological, nutritional, and sensory properties of the sorghum juice, leading to improved quality and shelf life. This will reduce the overdependence on synthetic additives that are relatively harmful to human health. Thus, the obtained results may draw attention to extraction of these bioactive materials found in the plant to be used in medical and pharmaceutical industries and as food additives because of their health benefit associated with their phytoconstituents. The results concluded that these wild edible plants such as Combretium apiculatum, Combretium cafram, Combretium erythrophyllum, Combretium imberbe, Combretium krausi, and Combretium mucasensi will be considered a promising source of preservatives in the food industry. One article from this thesis has been accepted for publication, and 2 other articles are being prepared for submission to DHET accredited journals. Congratulations.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Matotoka Mashilo Mesh fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in Microbiology. The title of the thesis is Targeting Shikimate Pathway for Antimicrobial Drug Discovery Using Traditionally Used Medicinal Plants. The supervisor is Professor P. Masuku, and the co-supervisor is Dr. GTB Mashavela. The supervisor, Prof. Masuku, will take us through the citation.
Respiratory tract infections are frequent ailments among humans and are high burden to public health. One strategy for the development of new therapies against pathogenic bacteria such as Mycobacterium tuberculosis is to target essential biosynthetic pathways of its metabolisms. The study aims to evaluate and target the biosynthesis of aromatic amino acids of Combretum species using medicinal plant extracts. The selection of the plants was based on their ethnopharmacological use for the treatment of tuberculosis infections and related symptoms. Antimicrobacterial activity was screened using biotography, assay, and qualitative analysis. The cluster regulatory interspace short palindromic repeats interface genetics editing techniques was used to evaluate and validate the essentiality of the aromatic amino acids of mycobacteria to further determine the susceptibility and drugability of the transketolase and the ROG genes. The spot assay and growth curves were used to phenotypic characterization and gene knockdown experiments. Mechanism of action of plant extract bioactive components were predicted based on synergy between gene knockdown, shikimate inhibitors, and plant extracts. These results suggest that non-polar compounds from the test extracts may not only represent antimicrobacterial effects but also anti-inflammatory activities. Some of the selected plants were found to be toxic to the viral cell lines. However, purification techniques may circumvent their toxic effects. The study demonstrated that the amino acids biosynthesis is a potential antimicrobacterial drug target because it was found to be essential and druggable by the medicinal plants extract. One article from this have been accepted for publication and 2 other articles have been prepared for submission to DHEAD accredited journals. Congratulations.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Morale Tlou Elizabeth fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in Plant Production. The title of the thesis is Grain Sorghum Cowpea Intercrop, a climate-smart approach for enhanced productivity, physiological responses, and carbon dynamics under planted and simulated no-till conditions. The supervisor is Professor K.K. Aizi. Co-supervisors are Dr. L. Mujonji and Professor Y.G. Kefo. The supervisor, Professor K.K. Aizi, will read the citation.
The dissertation of Ms. Mohale is a comprehensive analysis of the growth physiological response, and soil carbon emission of grain sorghum cultivars grown in intercropping systems with low and high cowpea densities under two distinct agroecological conditions. The study revealed that cultivar, not cropping system, had a significant impact on sorghum grain yield. However, cowpea yield was reduced in the intercropping system, but the reduction was mitigated by increasing cowpea densities. When crops were grown in intercropping system, the overall land productivity increased, as indicated by land equivalent ratios greater than 1.0. At the two test locations, soil cultures generally emitted great amount of soil carbon than the intercrop. The correlation between leaf gas exchange and biomass accumulation varied by location and cultivar. Increased cowpea densities in the intercropping system resulted in a higher rate of biological nitrogen fixation in the cowpea, as measured by isotopic signatures. With the generated data from field experiment, the student was able to simulate the dynamics of biomass production and grain yield in soil and intercropping system under different densities, which will contribute to the accurate modeling of productivity of sorghum cowpea intercropping system under future climate scenarios. One article has been published in an accredited journal, another accepted for publication. Two manuscripts are currently in preparation and ready for submission. The thesis findings were also presented at two local conferences and one international conference. Congratulations.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Mukoka Malesela Vincent fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in Plant Production. The title of the thesis is Effects of Climate and Land Use on Grass and Tree Populations and Their Consequences to the Ecosystem Multifunctionality, Limpopo Province, South Africa. The supervisor is Professor K.K. Aisi, and the co-supervisor is Professor A. Linstate. The supervisor, Professor Aisi, will read the citation.
Mr. Mukaka's thesis examined the effect of drought and grazing on the patterns of grass layer and tree population establishment. The study also assessed the functioning of the savanna ecosystem by analyzing the effects of climate on the taxonomic diversity and density demography of the grass layer. In addition, a comprehensive literature review was conducted on the effect of climate change on dry land grass. The literature review revealed that dry land ecosystems in Africa are especially susceptible to the effect of climate change, resulting in biodiversity loss, structural and functional changes to the ecosystem, and a diminished capacity to produce ecosystem services. Indeed, the experimental data revealed that prolonged drought had a significant and detrimental effect on the biomass production of the vast majority of taxonomic groups and plant functional types. However, the study also revealed that few species and plant functional types were resistant to the effect of prolonged drought and grazing. These were termed winners and were primarily forbs and narrow-leaf perennial grasses with low leaf area and high leaf dry matter content. Bottom-up mechanisms such as soil type were found to have a greater impact on the establishment, recruitment, and survival of invading woody species than top-down mechanisms such as precipitation. Overall, this thesis provides a better understanding of the dynamics of vegetation and insights into the management strategies for rangeland in the face of climate and land use change. The information generated from this thesis has been presented at 2 international conferences, 1 national conference. 1 peer-reviewed article was published in an accredited journal, and 2 more manuscripts are in preparation for publications. Congratulations.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Motshekga Lesego Mina fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in Plant Production. The title of the thesis is Productivity and Physiological Responses of Winter Annual Legumes to Planting Date and Short-Term Rotation with Forage Sorghum for Sheep Production under no-till system in Limpopo Province. The supervisor, Professor K.K. Aisi. The co-supervisors are Professor J. Iselstein and Dr. S. Ndlebe. The supervisor, Professor K.K. Aisi, will read the citation.
The citation reads as follows. Mrs. Motshekga's thesis assessed the productivity and physiological responses of winter annual forage legumes to planting date and short-term rotation with forage sorghum for sheep production under no-till systems in the Limpopo province. The study assessed the factors affecting the adoption of winter annual forage legumes by sheep farmers in addressing winter forage gaps in the province. It also determined the growth performance and nutritive value of forage sorghum planted after the winter annual forage legumes. The findings of the study revealed that the majority of the sheep farmers in the province were mostly males who rear indigenous crossbreds of sheep. The sheep were mostly kept under extensive system with rangeland as a main source of feed. Thus, most of them experienced feed gaps during the months of June to September, limiting sheep productivity. Despite these limitations, the adoption and utilization of improved technologies, such as on-farm forage legume production by these farmers, was found to be very low. The study established that the barriers to adoption of on-farm forage legume production were low institutional support, lack of resources, lack of knowledge, shortage of water, and the objectives of the farmers. Therefore, intensive and high-quality extension support in partnership with the industry, associated, and stakeholders is recommended. In addition, a 3-year field study was carried out to identify forage species with high potential to mitigate winter feed gap challenges in the face of climate change. Several forage species were tested, and the cultivars Russell, Alex, Elite, Laser, and Dr. Bauman's were found to be superior, as they showed greater consistencies in terms of biomass production and leaf gaseous exchange. In addition, forage grass rotation was found to be important, not only for grain fodder production of high crude protein, mineral and vitamin content throughout the year, but also for enhanced soil fertility. Mrs. Moshekas is currently preparing manuscripts for publication from the findings of her studies. Congratulations.
Mr. Chancellor, I have the honor to inform you that Mlaudzi Chilidzi Benedicta fulfilled the requirements of the degree Doctor of Philosophy in Statistics. The title of the thesis is Modeling Children Under 5 Mortality in South Africa using Copula and Frailty Survival Models. Supervisor is Professor Y.G. Kefel. Co-supervisors are Professor M. Lesawana and Professor R. Braikas. Professor D. Maposa will read the citation on behalf of the supervisory team.
Application of frailty and Copula models to under 5 child mortality data has been the main focus. Mr. B. Mlaus has applied sample splitting techniques in a survival analysis setting and compared clustered survival models with left triangulation to the under 5 child mortality data set in South Africa. The unique contributions are entrenched in the application of the shared frailty model and a class of Archimedean couplas, in particular, Clayton-Oaks coupler with completely monotone generator, and introduction of sample splitting techniques in a survival analysis setting, the importance of accounting for the clustering effect demonstrated the significance of modeling the determinants of time to death of under 5 children based on shared frailty model. The Clayton-Oaks model revealed association between survival times of children from the same mother. The parameter estimates for the shared frailty and the Clayton-Oaks models were quite different, and the two models could not be comparable. Gender, province, year, birth order, and whether a child is part of twin were found to be significant factors affecting under 5 children, child mortality in South Africa. One article from the thesis has been submitted to a scientific journal. A study tour was enabled to the University of Hasselt in Belgium, financially supported by the University Capacity Development Program for Mathematical and Statistical Sciences, UCDP, as well as the Flemish Inter-University Council, Institutional University Cooperation, FLERI IUC program of the University of Limpopo. Congratulations.
Advocate.
Mr. Chancellor, le nna ke a e batla. Seana Marena. Kubo ya thuto. Ke tšhaba dipuo tša batho. Can we please give the choir a big round of applause for entertaining us? And thanks to Prof. Matsibatlela and his choir for being so dedicated and commitment to the well-being of the university. They deserve another big round of applause. Mr. Chancellor, we'll also like to thank you for presiding over this ceremony so excellently. Unquestionably, you are an excellent leader who espouses Ubuntu, determination, and more importantly, patriotism. In your case, you would like to see each and every student succeeding in their studies. That is why, despite the difficulties posed by COVID-19, you said the academic project has to continue. You said classes must be taught, classes must be attended, research must be conducted, and academics who are seated in front of us here must properly supervise their students. As a result, today we have a decent number of both undergraduate and postgraduate students graduating. And I know for sure some of these students are already working. And for all these, we would like to thank you in Xitsonga, and we say, Hakhensa Swinene. Can we give him a big round of applause, please? Mr. Chancellor, I would also like to thank Council of the University for being supportive, and that is why it has representatives today. I will start by mentioning Mr. Rachidi, who is seated in front here, who is also the Deputy Chairperson of the University Student Trust Fund. We cannot forget Advocate Bongo, who has already come to the fore to give us an excellent address. In this regard, we'll also like to include Mr. Mabila, who drove all the way from Bombela to come and be with us. You can see how committed our council members are. And lastly, in this regard, Mr. Silamulela, for always being present when we have functions of the university. Can we give them a big round of applause? We'd also like to thank Professor Singh, the DVC, for research, innovation, and partnerships, for being a supportive and indeed a capable deputy. She warmly welcomed all of us, and indeed we felt at home. Let's also give her a big round of applause. Mr. Chancellor, as human beings, there's nothing more powerful than faith and prayer. Faith and prayer can move mountains. Faith and prayer can stop storms. Faith and prayer can separate the seas. In other words, with God, nothing is impossible. Mudzimu habalelwi nga chithu. Xikwembu a xi tsandziwi hi nchumu. Modimo ga palelwe ka selo. It is for this reason that we would like to thank highly Reverend Inchabele for an apt and relevant message to say we must humble ourselves in front of the Lord. And if we do so, things that we deem to be impossible will become possible. Can we give our Reverend a big round of applause, please? Unquestionably, it's a given. Our youth are our future. We are therefore grateful to have youth leaders like Ntate Make, the Deputy President who came here to address us. He spoke so well that I felt very proud that we are going to have in this country good leaders in the future. Can we also give him a big round of applause, please? Once again, Advocate Bongo, many thanks for your apt, relevant, and proper address, full of wisdom, where you said you, as the Convocation, you would like to have our graduates taking part in university activities in all respects. Our thanks also go to the hardworking academics, represented by the academics who are on stage here, and those who could not come. As you see, we cannot accommodate everybody. And in this regard, the university would like to express its gratitude to the mother of students, represented today by Ms. Limekwane, seated in front there, executive deans, all of them, Prof. Sibanda, Prof. Mautu, Prof. Siweya, represented today by Prof. Mampuru, as well as Prof. Mutiba. In this vein, we will also like to thank research professors who have been working hard to cook our doctors, officials and directors from schools and various centers in the university, professors who are seated in front here, heads of department, senior lecturers, and junior lecturers, for ensuring that our graduates exit the university with quality qualifications. We'd also like to thank all our guests today for gracing this occasion. These are true friends of the university. They came here in the morning and they have not left. They are still with us. In other words, they walk in when others walk away. As we say in Northern Sotho, mutu ki mutu ka batho. Mutu ndi mutu nga batho. Munu I munu hi vanhu. In this regard, we would like to express our sincere gratitude for the presence of all these guests, today represented by Dr. Dixon Masimula, Mr. Musola, the mayor of Maruleng Municipality, Mr. Mamanyoha, the mayor of Greater Litaba Municipality, all members of the Mankweng Traditional Council on behalf of Hoshi Mamabulo, not forgetting Ms. Maponya, representing Fundi. Now, to our parents and sponsors, The support you gave your children, your spouses, and your partners is highly appreciated. In my language, then I will say, le batswadi ba makonte, me batswari ba kahle, ba ba baby ba bokuma, bo budza bana ba bo re manga a mutukana a si matshelo hawe. Today, I was so impressed by a young lady who was graduating. In the past, not even a single graduate would mention their fathers. But today, I was so impressed. There was a young lady who said, "Daddy, this is for you." I would request her to stand up again if she's present here. "Daddy, this is for you." Are you afraid to stand up? It's fine. You can tell him again when you leave and say, "Daddy, this is for you." Of course, as parents, you also told your daughters, like the young lady I'm speaking about, to concentrate on their careers, to concentrate on their further studies. For all these successful arrangements, we would also like to thank the registrar, Professor Masha, and his capable team, consisting of Mr. Malahlela, the Deputy Registrar, Ms. Matla, Mr. Kloti, Assistant Registrars in faculties, Principal Administrative Officers and Admin Officers, Secretaries in various divisions. We would also like to thank the security personnel. Sometimes we take them for granted. They do a great job. The media, our photographers, and I trust the photos are going to come out very beautiful in your beautiful suits. Our ICT officials, for a job well done. Now to you, our beloved students, we would also like to thank you for choosing the University of Limpopo as your alma mater. It was a great honor for us to assist you to get your qualifications. As you are aware, our qualifications are not easy, and I trust you can attest to this. They are not easy. One has to work extremely hard to obtain them. You spend sleepless nights at home and at the library preparing for tests and exams. Those who were doing masters and PhD, you can remember the difficulties you went through correcting those proposals, maybe 2 times or 3 times, making those corrections from assessors. It was tough, but worth it. But because you have been working so hard, old as I am, I'll also be joining you, that you must go and dance today to songs such as Kilorile and Chencha Magi, I think. But on a serious note, we as the university, we wish all of you all the best in your lives and careers. And we would like to see you flying up there in the sky like eagles. Of course, nobody on this earth can achieve success on their own. Our graduates, you have achieved success because of the assistance you got from both your parents and of course sponsors and academics. For this reason, we as the university, we humbly request you, if you could stand up, the graduates, stand up, and you thank in front here the academics and support staff who supported you. You can wave your caps or your certificates, and you say thank you. We request you also to face your parents and sponsors at the back. You also do the same, and you say thank you. Thanks very much. You may take your seats. Lastly, we are all aware that the roads sometimes are not friendly. Sometimes the roads are very dangerous. Therefore, we beg you to drive safely and arrive home alive. Lisipile gabotse. Mifamba kahle, vachimbile zwavudi na kenza.
By virtue of the authority vested in me, I dissolve this congregation of the University of Limpopo.
Nos
na.
Mulita Israel